All right, away we go. It's been a few days. Shoot, I think I took like 4 days off, which I don't think has happened yet since I started streaming. But let's get back into it. Everything looks like it's running properly. Let's close this bad boy down. Ammo, let's go see what that notification was. Was it me? It was me. All right. Dope-a-lope. The last time I logged out, apparently, I logged out way up here on top of this thing. And now we're like standing at the base of this spooky, scary monster man here. But yeah, so let's go do a boss. Let's go see. I wonder if any of the other nerds will withdraw that since it ended. I don't even know if any of the others are actively playing. Let's see. BMO was on 8 days ago. Demanjo was only on 15 days ago. It looks like Kalon was on 1 day ago. Yeah. So let's get back into it. Let's go fucking tear shit up. Time for a boss here. If I'm not mistaken, there will just be a teleport right out here because it's about to be nighttime. I don't even like remember my buttons. Let's see. That's middle click. That's the Shift C is the other one. Shift F is the taunt shout. I don't even know what I'm. Right, and Shift Q is the heals. Okay. We're gonna remember. We're gonna remember. What we got going on over here? Battle Pass. Lands Abundance. Alright, we still have actually quite a bit of time on that Lasland's Abundance, so we might get some furniture pieces and stuff. We're going to do a bunch of things. Gonna do a bunch of things. Something that I haven't been really focused on, that I really need to be focused on, is broadening. There we go. Teleport through this, start getting attacked. Over here. Request entrance, get killed, doesn't matter. That stuff really annoys the crap out of me. Like, don't even put the... Don't even put the teleport there. Just let me sign up from outside or something. If that's how things are gonna go. In those underground ones. Like, we're not... It's so dumb. There's no enjoyment to be had in that situation. It's fucking silly. Just freaking silly. So now we wait here for a couple of minutes and it's going to suck us in. And then we'll get to go do the boss here real quick and then we'll spend some time doing some other stuffs. We have we need to do a token burn because we've got 72,000 out of 80,000 tokens. I still have, I believe, Da Vinci's Favor. Let's see how much longer I have it for until the 14th. So we have 2 weeks to gain the 500 or so Lucent that we need, which I definitely think we can do. Transform into a bear. I forgot that I was a bear. Rawr, I'm a bear. I also forget that I have this dope-ass outfit. I forgot that I was so cool. Alright, we're gonna remember how to play this game, I swear. There we go. There we go. We're remembering. Thank God I only play one character in one class. Oh no. You made me go Mimis. How rude. How awesome would it be if my first boss back I actually got something? I think that'd be pretty awesome. Alright, we accept all that. We go into our inventory. We open up our little box here, and it gives us an equipment selection chest. No, it doesn't. All right. No, we don't need to use that. You suck, game. Why didn't you give me my equipment selection chest? Why you gotta do like that? Why you gotta do me like that? We did get some runes. Not any runes that I'm actually gonna use, it doesn't look like, but you know, that's fine. Totally fine. Get into our stupid battle pass thing. I hate that. I hate that it keeps trying to get me to buy the premium battle pass or whatever. By giving me those stupid red dots. We gotta go get our Amatoys. I'm trying to press E on stuff because I've been playing New World too much. All right, put that in there. And then claim that bad boy. Claim that bad boy. So we have a new battle pass. Looks like our new battle pass has a whole new sort of Halloween themed set of cosmetics to it as well. We had necromancers. Now we've got this revenants. So I definitely want to probably get this one. Let's go look in the shop here. So we have, some of the regular stuff. Okay, it looks like this is just one of the regular shorter battle passes, which is nice. We get plenty of these little star crystals. Looks like this one's gonna have a lot of solent in it. The first one was 3 mil solent, and it looks like we're gonna get at least another 3 mil solent. Nice little amatoy there. Another 3 million, another 3 million. So we're gonna get at least 12 million solent out of here. Looks like 22 million total solent, which is cool. The immortal or this revenant gear stuff seems to be down in the premium. But we get a lot more of these blessing pouches. We get a lot more of a lot of stuff. Throne of the Storm Collar, nice. Yeah, so we'll be getting the premium of this, right? We want a lot of these things. They're very good. And of course, we want to be able to turn into whatever the hell this is. Looks like a big ass water buffalo. That could be a water buffalo. I could be a water buffalo. All right, so the big thing we need to do here, I need to check. Let's summon my storage manager here. And I need to check a couple of things. So let's see, we've got 25 days, 25 days, 25 days. So we've got some resources here that we need to use for some of this stuff. It is a new month, so we also have. Let's go into the Shapola here. Why did I end up on that thing? We want to go down to the ornate coins. The ornate coins have changed a bunch this month. But some of what we want the precious, no, we want the noble precious blessing pouches, right? Yeah, that's the stuff with the tier 3. So we want to get all of those. Then we go back, we want 20 of these. We definitely want our keys for sure, so we're going to purchase all of those. We've got growth stones that I don't really want because they're very expensive. We've got extraction stones. We've got rune chests, noble rune chests, which I do probably want. We've got dyes. Oh, we've got. Hang on. We've got inks. We probably need our inks. Looks like we can't quite buy all of our inks. Let's go ahead and purchase our inks up here. Got to get those inks so we can make those you know what I'm talking about. Lithographs. There we go. All right, we're going to use all these. We're going to see what we get here. All we got was epic tier 2 stuff. That's too bad. Did get some of these things right here, which are nice. Let's see, Immortal Legionnaire's armor. We got melee endurance. There might be some value there. Let's actually go through. Let's lock everything that I had before. I know a lot of this stuff, right? Like all these cloaks and stuff are things that I'm going to be using myself. They've got perks that I want. I don't want to accidentally get rid of them. So we're going to lock them down for now. And then let's take a look at these new items I just got. So weaken chance on the bow actually might be decent. We get stun chance on the sword, which again is probably pretty good. We've got weaken chance on the crossbow. I don't know if that's any good or not. And then we've got melee endurance on that armor. And that is a heavy armor, so that's good. So let's take a look. Let's go to the trait list. Let's look at melee endurance in the auction house here. Honestly, 77 is not bad. That's kind of worth. Let's go look at the stun chance here. We do have to remember that we have to moderate. Looks like stun chance is extremely cheap. Okay, so we're definitely not worrying about that. Weaken chance on a bow. Looks like that's pretty cheap. And weaken chance on a crossbow. Well, I guess weapon is a weapon, so also pretty cheap. So the best one I got there was that Legionnaire's armor. We might extract and sell that. I do need to go back up and actually sell. Auction house, here we go. Sell. I need to put up my cloak again. This is skill damage resistance on a cloak. I had it up for 200. It's now down to 160. We might go ahead and take this down to 150 here and just throw it up. Yo, what's up, Chris? How are you? Did you take the news as bad as I did? I took the news pretty bad. How much has been feeling sick because my sisters have a damn stomach virus. Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry. Lots of fluids. Lots of fluids. All right. Um, got anybody doing? My friends are in Discord right now. We're gonna do one last playthrough together. and delete the game after. You are a stronger person than I am. I don't know that I'll probably ever log back into that game. Of course, the thing that upset me the most about the closing of New World wasn't necessarily that it was closing. It was the timing on it and the fact that I feel like what Amazon did as far as marketing the game, getting a bunch of new players and stuff like that in, and then just 2 weeks later calling it quits and discontinuing development. I just feel like that constitutes fraud because there's a reasonable expectation that the game would be still under development for a longer period of time. And that decision to close the game couldn't have been made in that 2 week period, right? It takes much longer than that to fire 14,000 people. And so I feel like it was an intentional, like, we've got this Nighthaven thing going. Let's go ahead and finish it. Let's put it out. Well, it was 14K when it came to like the AGS group and stuff like that, though, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I feel like that's what I read, what I saw. But you don't just fire that many people on a lark, right? That doesn't take 2 weeks. That takes months of planning and preparation. And so, in my opinion, it was already known that everybody was going to get fired and they were going to be discontinuing the game. And so I feel like that should have been included in the marketing stuff for Nighthaven. Like, hey, Nighthaven's going to be the last one. And they didn't do that. And so that's a lie of omission, which is false advertising, which constitutes fraud. So I think they should be inspected, or not inspected, investigated for fraud. But not that the US government is probably going to do that. Maybe the UK government will, though. They tend to be a little harsher about stuff like that. Or the EU government, maybe not the UK government. I don't know any of those people. I assume those are content creators. But yeah, I don't know any of those people. So what are we doing? We need to get into a token burn here. Yeah, well, I mean, of course it's a sad community now. And honestly, that was probably part of the intention as well, is you make the announcement. Obviously, most of the players are going to leave. I imagine they'll merge all the servers in each region into one, and that'll save them on operating costs. And so, yeah, it'll just be donezo. I hope that some people who got really screwed over are able to get, some of their money back, get some refunds. It's crazy to me that they're not going to be refunding like the battle pass and stuff. It's crazy to me that they're not going to be refunding any marks of fortune purchased recently. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, just beyond the purchase of the game, you have people making plans and doing things based on trying to, prepare themselves for the future of the game when you knew there was no future, right? It's why they weren't opening new servers. It's why, a bunch of stuff wasn't happening. I mean, we had 10,000 plus people sitting in queue at any given time across all the regions, there were more than enough players to have opened some more servers in each region. And, everybody was like, wow, what are they doing? They're going to kill their game. But obviously that's what they wanted, was to kill their game, because they never intended to continue producing it or making it. We got a bunch of keys. We need to go open up some globes here. So let's go do that. Thankfully, we do have a little Throne and Liberty action to fall back on. Get back into this game a little bit. Only one group finished the raid. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, it had only been out for a couple of weeks and it was hard. I mean, I didn't even finish the first boss when I went in there. It was really hard. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good option. It's maybe not the best game I've ever played, but it's fun enough. Oh, Throne and Liberty has always been pay to win. There's no now about it. Game was pay to win the minute it came out. Always has been. But I'm a strong advocate of, if you can enjoy playing those games without spending money on them, then to go ahead and do that. I don't think it's worth it to spend money on a game like Throne, because I don't want to. So it's not that I don't think the people who make Throne and Liberty, deserve to get paid or deserve to make money off of their game or whatever. But the reason I refuse to participate in pay to win systems is that they intentionally make the game less playable to encourage you to spend money. And that's unacceptable to me. It's about that intention. It's about the incentives, right? This game is incentivized to lengthen the grind for gear, for progression, for whatever, as much as possible because of their uh, monetization model. And so while I think the game is great, and honestly, if it wasn't pay to win, it would probably be doing better than it is. Not that it's doing poorly, but it would be doing better, I believe. But I don't want to incentivize that in any way with my money. And so I don't. Although I suppose my playtime probably serves as an incentive as well, because it helps them, get investor money and stuff like that. to be able to say, see, we have X number of people playing all the time. So who knows? Who knows? Ah, it's a rock. I couldn't figure out what I was seeing. I think this is this one. Yeah. So I need to get back up and then glide down. Missed a glow below me here. Gotta get it. Honestly, it's much stranger, I feel like, coming back to this game after New World than it was going to New World after this game. I don't know why, but this game feels much stranger after playing New World. Not that I'm disliking it, or that I'm going to dislike it. It's strange to me that New World is like almost my baseline. No. No. How did I fuck that up? That's impressive. At least I didn't fuck it up twice. Hey, 5 unlock stones. There it is. I don't have any more right now. Just gotta go find ourselves some 11 more of these portals. And then we're gonna see about some content. We need to do a token burn. We pretty much don't have a choice on that. That's gotta be the first thing that we do is token burn. It's just now daytime, so hopefully some token burns will get started here. It was nighttime, and at nighttime, the token burn areas are PvP zones, so people don't want to do them because they'll die. I hope that some of these globes come back. Why aren't they coming back? And my allergies are freaking out right now. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I don't like it. Oh, you know what? I think I just left without getting the... Let me up. You suck. I'm pretty sure there's one of these things in here, and I just flew right over the top of it without getting it like a dum-dum. Nope. It's not in here. Well, that's strange. Is it over there? It is that one, okay. It's been just a little while, so I forgot where some of this stuff is. It's incredible how quickly, and maybe this is why I enjoy repetitive content so much, or so much more than maybe the average person, is I just forget shit. My brain can't hold on to anything. If it happened more than 10 minutes ago, I forgot. And so, I can come back to content even after just a couple of weeks of being away and start doing it again and have to kind of rediscover the route, rediscover exactly how the systems work, stuff like that. Because I just fucking forgot. So it doesn't feel, you know, like this old system to me. That's also, I think, why I have somewhat of a problem coming back to games, though, is I do have to sort of relearn everything. And so that puts a pretty big damper on my day. It's not fun to come back and struggle at a game that you were fairly proficient at? Feels bad. Where's this thing at? There it is. Holy shiznit. We found you. But there's seriously only 3 that time? You'll let me out. There we go. Holy crapola. Did we seriously only get 3 just now as we ran through this whole area? That sucks. Yo, what's up, Damien? How are you? Yeah, probably. That seems like the best option for both myself and the channel. We've got, quite a few people who enjoyed the Throne and Liberty content before, and I enjoy the game still. It was getting a little frustrating there for a while, but if I can fix my mental a little bit, I think we still got some fun to have here. Had to take a couple of days off though, because I was real upset about the news of New World's closing. I was doing a little keyboard warrioring over on Reddit. But I think we'll just be back to playing this for the foreseeable future, to steal a phrase from New World's PR. Been good, been trying to land somewhere, tried going back and checking out BDO, didn't like it. Tried going back to Guild Wars 2, tried going back to that game. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never really minded. The problem I have with Guild Wars 2 is it's really, really simplified in its deck building system. Um, the skills that you use and stuff like that are all fairly um, homogenized. So I feel like every warrior is the same warrior, and every necro is the same necro, and all that stuff. Um, because your gear choices aren't very abundant. There aren't. It's why I was enjoying New World so much, is because thanks to the new infix system and the set system, and taking away the ability stats from the gear, they really opened up a lot in that game when it came to build diversity. And that's the thing that matters, I think, the most to me, is being able to put together a build that is unique. And that requires lots of skills. That requires lots of unique pieces of gear with unique effects that change the way certain stats or certain skills or something like that work. And that was something that New World was doing a really good job of. That was something the original Guild Wars does a phenomenal job of. But games like Final Fantasy 14, WoW, um, Guild Wars 2, a lot of those games don't really do that. And that's the thing that usually drives me away from those. I was actually, so the last couple of days, I've been playing some Call of Dragons, which is one of those super pay to win um, garbage gotcha games that I tend to go back to when I'm bored and I don't have anything else to do and just watch TV and I play those games sort of on my second monitor thing. But I was thinking about, I was playing that game and I realized that one of the things that I like so much about games like that is that it feels sort of like a management game. I mean, it really kind of is a management game. And those management systems I really enjoy. Um, and so maybe in the future, there will be a really good like management MMO. I think it'd be really cool to, manage a squad of adventurers that go out and do stuff autonomously and just get to sort of see what happens. So maybe we'll see something like that sometime in the future of gaming. Or maybe not. Maybe there aren't enough people who would enjoy that. There uh, there are also some more idle games that are coming out that are sort of in that same genre. So there's that game that we played just a couple of times, or maybe one time on stream called Eidolon, which is like this idle MMO where you can sort of get a bunch of different characters, and you do them, you play them a little bit, and you have to do some active stuff to get them through content and things like that. But then they idle wherever you take them, and collect resources or kill mobs or do whatever it is, and then you create this sort of supply chain of your little idle characters to do crafting and different stuff like that for progression and stuff. And it's a really, really good idea. It's a fairly rudimentary implementation. Um, and so it's not really worth the time investment to play it because, and like I say all the time, I use this phrase too much, but it really suits. It's a very minimum viable product representation of the system. But I would love to see something like that implemented as potentially a gathering system or something for a full MMO, right? I could make multiple characters and they could do stuff in their free time while I was playing one character or the other, and that would really, really promote um, promote making new characters so that earlier game content was a little more active because uh, you would have people going back and remaking characters and stuff like that. There are a bunch of potential benefits from systems like that for a game. Let's see. Can I get all the way back up here? Is there a way? And is this it? This is the thing that hurts me about Throne after playing New World, was how easy it felt to climb things in New World and how much more difficult it feels in Throne. So Katie confirmed in their Discord that we only have 6 months till they shut the servers off. They're not waiting till the end of 2026. Yeah. That's interesting because they did say they were going to give us a 6 month notice when they decided to turn the servers off. So I wonder if we've gotten an official announcement from them. Or if that is going to constitute their official announcement. But I mean, Amazon fucking scams and takes money from people. They do. Like I said, I do think that the way that the new expansion was handled and the decision to close it just 2 weeks after the release of the new expansion, because of the way it was marketed and because there was no mention of the fact that um, they were going to be choosing to discontinue development, I do believe that that constitutes fraud, right? That's not me being salty and being like, oh, well, they closed my favorite game. Now I'm going to accuse them of fraud. Um, the the definition of false advertisement is making um gosh, I forget, I read it. But it has to do with your advertising and your marketing giving people a reasonable expectation that is false. Whether that's by outright lying and saying or alluding to something that is just straight up false, or by omitting facts about what's going to be happening or what the product is that give people a false understanding of what that is. And so if you have, a brand new patch coming out and you're not making any indications that it's going to be the final chapter based on history, right? Based on the experience we've had with games before, because I don't know that I've ever played a game that didn't announce that something was going to be its final chapter when it released. Because those decisions are normally made like in the middle of the dev cycle, right? Because that's when your game is sort of down on its luck, it's making the least amount of money. And so there's almost always time to announce like, hey, this is going to be our last expansion. So if you're marketing a brand new expansion, if you're marketing all of these changes, if you're putting out information, you're putting out roadmaps that are talking about the developments that you're going to be having years into the future, and you're looking at stuff like that, then it is reasonable for a person to think that there is a significant amount of future development that's going to go into your game. And so if you're marketing a brand new expansion, if you're bringing in new players, if you're putting out all of this material that is designed to entice new players in based on these future changes, and you at the same time know that your intention is to stop active development on your content, then you are omitting that fact, right? You are saying, hey, we've got this game, you should come play, it's a great time to come back to the game. And you're not telling us, hey, this is the final state, right? We're done. And so a bunch of people are buying the game based on the reasonable assumption that the game is still going to, oh, I don't have any more keys because I'm an idiot. Based on that reasonable assumption. And so if your lie of omission would significantly impact their decision to make that purchase, and you don't give them that information, that is false advertising, that is fraud. So I can't say for sure whether or not that decision was made before Nightfall came out and before all that marketing stuff came out, but you don't fire that many people in 2 weeks, right? It takes time to gather up all the relevant data, to make that decision, to coordinate that decision, to shift people around that you're planning on keeping to specific projects, to give people time to move, to give people time to settle in, to close out projects and stuff like that, get things accomplished. You don't want to just be killing things in the middle of projects because you want to try and make some of the money back, right? So there's lots of that information, lots of that stuff that goes into that. And so I think it's at least reasonable to assume that that decision was made before Nightfall's launch. Even before any of the big marketing materials, Nighthaven, not Nightfall, before any of the big marketing materials for Nighthaven came out. And if that's the case, then fraud was committed. And so at the very least, it's reasonable, I think, for an investigation to happen. And there should be an investigation into that. Not that I think it's actually going to happen because, the world runs on bribes and money. And Amazon has a lot of it. So I doubt that they'll come under any sort of official scrutiny. but they should. Let's see, we got a Crimson B3 going on right here. Never mind, party's full. Let's wait for another one, maybe. Sir Dorito. What's up, dude? Sir Dorito. Let's see. What do we got? Meh. I don't think I have any combat coins here. Just 7. We are going to need to get some more of these. Going to have to play some of that PvP. Actually, let's do some of that. Let's get in there. So it looks like the preseason here is ending in just a few days. And then hopefully we're getting like an official ranked preseason. And then I think season 1 is happening in December. Let's go ahead and register for this as a tank. And let's see if I can even remember how to play. Because I got to admit, I'll be pretty shocked if I remember how to play. Come on, that last person can hit yes. I believe in them. Because I believe in you. Guess I shouldn't have believed in them. What is all this? Weekly missions. Okay. Yo, how many of y'all are gonna not hit the flipping button? How many of y'all are gonna not hit the flipping button? 3 people, 2 people. Just press it. You know you want to. You know you're excited to play some Battlegrounds with the Survival Hermit. Come on, last 2 peeps, last 1 person. Come on. Come on. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. All right, what do we got going on here? We got some unhinged folks, lots of unhinged folks on our team. And we've got Girthquake. Okay. Okay. Mihoyo. Because of how many people we have, just in a single guild over here. I'm going to assume my team is going to win. It also really shocks me that no changes have been made to the battlegrounds up to this point. It's been 2 whole weeks, and while I understand it takes a while to change the layout of this stuff, that really is all they need to do is just change the layout of these exits. And if they don't do it soon, they're going to be running into a problem. I am fairly concerned. All right, let's see if we remember how to play this. I already forgot how to press the buttons, so that sucks. But we're looking for that right there. We now have speed pickup boost or speed capture boost. And so what we're going to be doing is looking to speed cap. It looks like we might be getting pushed off of this here. All right, somebody else has speed cap, and we actually got that. That was nice. We're going to go try and get around behind them here. Ooh. I was doing okay, and then suddenly I was almost dead. That was interesting. I have definitely forgotten how to click my buttons. I'm not doing great with that right now. Hey, we got the speed cap buff back though right away. Getting super lucky on that speed cap buff. Not getting super lucky on, enemies trying to kick my ass. But we are getting super lucky on the speed cap buff. Let's get in here. Oops, somebody on our team already got that one. Yeah, I can't push this person at all. I don't have enough collision. Need more collision. But we've got a lot of the multipliers, right? We're at a ×12 to a ×2. So our big goal here right now is just going to be get some points. It looks like they're capturing mid right now. So let's just see. Let's get that right back. There it is. Nice. Bonus 500 points for me. Keeping mid captured is a big deal because it's the highest multiplier. So we obviously want to go back there and help with that. Whoops. Whenever we can. But yeah, what I thought was going to happen is ultimately happening. It looks like my team is fairly effectively pushing the other team back into their base. Looks like somebody is capping from the other team here. I think they were just trying to pull people in. I can't push this person. They've got too much resistance. But it doesn't really matter. Oh, looks like somebody has taken it, though. I missed that. Let's get that bad boy right back. We've only got 2,600 points, which is about half of what I feel like I normally get. That person jumped on me with their daggers or whatever and then went, oh, never mind. But yeah, I mean, as a collision-resistant tank, my job is really just entirely about capturing locations. And trying to help prevent the enemy from capturing if I can hit them with my collisions. Looks like one of them is trying to capture ours up here. Hopefully the boxes underneath there are available when we come back. Hopefully we can get our speed cap again. Not that we're in any sort of danger of, maybe like losing. Looks like a speed cap is just out in the open for me here. Nice. Ooh, there's another one. Not that it multiplies or anything like that. Honestly, I should probably just have let somebody else get that. But it's worth a lot of points. And right now, that's kind of where we're at, is just padding our score. Because we're definitely going to win this. We've got 16k to go. And that's all our entire enemy team even has. Oh, they captured our close one? That's funny. That's pretty funny. They do have a really beefy tank on their team. I'm sure that's who was able to do that. We're going to go back up here and capture their ×3. Well, this person is actually able to just kick my ass. Okay. What is going on suddenly? Oh, okay, the person that we've got that's capturing that is like glitched. We've got a slow cap going here in the middle. I'm afraid this person might die. Or get pushed off because they might not have... Yeah, I don't have the ability to stop that person. Ooh, and I'm gonna die. That was so weird. We had 84,000 and they had 16, and now suddenly they've come back with 16k more in the time that we've only gotten a few thousand. I'm really, really confused by how this game turned out. I guess they kind of smartened up and started just getting out of their spawn and coming to actually take locations. But hey, first game back, rank 9. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's take a look here. We only got 2 captures. We only got 91 barrels. We didn't really do that great that time. Mostly we got the score that we did on the backs of a lot of our other teammates, but I'm okay with it. Yeah, somebody out captured me. Look at this. 4 caps. This person out captured me, but then didn't get as many points. This is really interesting. So this person should probably be #1 on our team. They didn't get any containers though. Let's see. Nope, that's their. Yeah, so their sword, shield, wand. I'm really confused why that person decided not to get more boxes and stuff and pad their score a little bit. Because they were doing a really good job, right? Running around, capturing, doing all that. They did fantastic. Earrings of the Winged Tyrant. Wisdom Dex. Front endurance, side endurance. Maximum mana. That's mostly useless. Thank you, game. We did get one of our victories, though, which is nice. I don't think we have enough to get one of these boxes. We do not. So let's go check. I know I saw something in the auction house here. I think this got sold. Nice. Collect that. 265. Let's go back and check our gear because I don't actually remember where my gear is at. I also don't remember how to open my character screen. There we go. That's done. No. I need one more ranged endurance on my helm. This is done. This is done. That's done. Legs are done. All right, so I need one more ranged endurance on my helm. And then I can finish that off. And then... Oh, we actually have a ring all the way done too. Holy cow. Yo, I've got a lot of my gear, like, really looking pretty good right now. So let's get one more ranged endurance for my helm, and then we'll put our trait on there for magic endurance, and that'll really help. Let's see, we want to get rid of all this. We want armor, we want headgear, we want... ranged endurance and apply. Do what now? Okay, do this the other way. We'll go into our inventory. We'll go to our actual item. We'll go to trait list. We'll go to ranged endurance, and there it is. 60 lucent, accept that. Still have 200 lucent left, which feels real good. Then we're going to go in here, and we're going to go to traits. We're going to go to ranged endurance. We're going to level that bad boy up. And then it's time to get our resonance effect, which we want magic endurance for. So, oh wow, it costs us 6 million stolen to do that. That's crazy. We'll unlock that bad boy. And now we're up to 6,300, almost 6,400. We got some runes for our win, which feels good. A lot of what's going to be pushing us over the edge as far as getting higher. Who's running in circles around me? Who are you? You have to stop running or I can't see who you are. Certified P. What's up, Certified P? Running in circles around me like a psycho. Goonsco. I wonder who this person is. Who knows? I wonder if that's the same goons from Eve, probably. Bunch of fucking nerds. All right. Ooh, let's claim a bunch of points here. Nice. Nice, nice. I love these battle passes. I really do. Give out some good rewards. I love battle passes that I don't have to pay for. I think it's a great way to give out rewards and stuff. Because it really limits I am not the devil. I am a warrior of light and goodness. I defeat the evil. The pit's looking pretty clean, though, if I do say so myself. I actually want to go in here. So for the Revenant set, I assume that there's a whole new cosmetic set. Is it these Sanguine? Is that the new? Oh, damn. Yo, check out this Phantasmic set. I feel like you could put some colors on that. Yo. This actually looks pretty good. We might have to start working our way up with some Lucent here, trying to get some of this. I actually really like this Sanguine set. I would want to recolor it, but just the overall. And so that's kind of one of the things that you have to look at when you're looking at some of these cosmetics that you might want to invest some of your Lucent in. Again, I don't recommend buying the Lucent to buy these with real money. I absolutely recommend building up your Lucent through the auction house to do so. But because a lot of this stuff can be recolored, what you're really looking for is what does the overall shape look like? Where are the different colors? So you've got your red, you've got, this kind of charcoal color. You've got this spine down the middle. You've got this whole cross guard is kind of all the same color as all of this other like tip area and stuff. So you've got a lot of stuff to look at here because you are going to be able to kind of pick and choose some different colors. This orb is pretty. Yeah, I absolutely agree, Damien. And so there's a specific reason that I believe that, though. Oh, this is the new set. Okay. This is the new set right here. Oh, and this says new. So this is actually super cool too. But so the reason that I'm specifically very anti spending money on these games is specifically because they intentionally go out of their way to that looks really dope. they go out of their way to make the game painful to play to get you to spend money. If the game wasn't painful to play, and then you had, paid cosmetics and stuff like that that were really cool, then I would probably encourage people like, hey, look through here, find $5 worth of cosmetics that you want every month, and then spend $5 a month on the game because there's no pay to win, because there's nothing holding you back, trying to force you to spend money, and so it's worth investing in the game. But if you're going to intentionally make your game more difficult for people to play so that you can try and pressure them into spending money on your game, then 100% of the time I am going to recommend not spending money. Play the game as much as you want, get as much as you want out of it, but do not give them your money because you don't want to encourage that type of bullshit. Because it is. It's bullshit. $100 grade A dog crap. But let's get back in there. Let's do another Battlegrounds. I feel pretty decent about our gameplay this last time. And we do need to get our 10 wins, or our 10 wins, okay. We do need to get our combat coins here. A huge part of how we're going to build up some of our Lucent again, so we can keep working towards our gear. We've gotten almost all of our armor. If we take a look, we've just got one more piece here. We've got one of our accessories. Our ring here. Just need to find another ring. Need to finish up all of our accessories. We haven't even started on any of our tier 3 weapons yet. But that's because they're much more difficult to get. Because mostly when you're looking for weapons, you have to get them from the bosses. And so I am still very seriously considering just using the same type, right? This basic tier 3 stuff instead of the boss stuff. But I don't know yet. Not 100% on that. Let's go back and look at this. 1800 is when this starts. So 1400 is when we started today. In 3 hours, we get the second boss. And then a couple hours after that, 3 hours after that, we get another boss. And that'll put us right at our 7-hour stream. Which I think is where we're going to stick again. We're going to do those 7 hours every day. Because I think that's a good amount, right? It's almost 50 hours a week of streaming, which is nice. We do have Ion coming up. We have Where Winds Meet coming up. I will probably step away from Throne and Liberty at least long enough to check out Where Winds Meet. If it comes out on the old NVIDIA GeForce Now. So we'll see about that one. I don't know if Aeon 2 will come out on NVIDIA GeForce Now before it launches globally. So if it doesn't, then we won't play Aeon 2 until the global launch. But we will at least give it a shot. Jump in there. I mean, the early days of new MMOs are always super fun. Even if that hype only lasts a week or so. We'll see. We'll jump in. We'll see what happens. Have ourselves a good time. Where Winds Meet has a really unique system where you can play the game entirely solo, and then you can also like switch into an MMO mode where there are other people around. So I'm interested in that because I tend to play a lot solo. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll be back in game soon. Had to re-download it. I do that too. I get to where I'm not playing a game and then I turn it off or delete it or whatever. Awesome. Where are you at? You catching up? Relationships. It doesn't say. Oh, there you go. Level 33. All right, there you go. Yeah, hopefully poor Nemanja and Bimo come back. We can play with them too. I left them. And then I tried to convince them to buy New World. I hope neither of them bought New World. What a travesty that would have been. I think one of them already owned it. I don't remember which one. But I hope the other one didn't buy it. Because that bait and switch was just of epic proportions. I feel so bad for expressing any sort of positive opinion about that game. Oh, hey, what's up, Bimo? Yeah, no, I feel so bad that I was telling people like, hey, you should come try and play New World because it's really good right now. Because just what a clusterfuck, dude. I'm really mad about that. Really mad. How could you be such a bunch of twits? That's true. I wanted to. So I've seen people on Reddit talking about, hey, I'm still going to be playing the game. So if you're still playing the game, hit me up. And I've really wanted to get on and be like, you're a fucking moron. But get in there, Chris. Grind that shiznit. Grind that shiznit. But I kind of had to have the same opinion. Damien was just, if you're enjoying the game, enjoy the game. I understand you paid for it, right? You want to get as much value out of it as you can. And so, but I had to hold myself back because I really wanted to get on there and be like, look, this is fucking dumb. Don't do this. But isn't the internet a wonderful place, Chris? You can have friends from other countries. I love the internet for that reason. Just fucking cool. I mean, I don't. So that's a New World's problem though, because there's still enough players that if they would converge the servers, then they wouldn't have that problem. They just need to merge everything. Like you killed your game, you made it almost impossible to play. Don't screw the last vestige of people trying to play. You need to give out free transfer tokens. You need to give out, or just open up transfers, right? Let people transfer all willy nilly any they want. And then you need to start merging servers really hardcore to get as many people into the same servers as you possibly can. So that you can stop having that problem. Because if you're just going to abandon your player base, you at least need to make things possible for them to use. I'm on Pangea on this game, Chris. Nope, Pangea was New World. Fuck a duck. What the hell server are we on? Adrenaline. There you go. The Adrenaline server, because we're junkies. Adrenaline junkies. Yeah, I mean, I still, I'm with Damien, right? I've almost got 2,000 hours in New World. Most of that was from when it launched. Um, I've never really played Black Desert, but I've got a lot of games that I've put a lot of hours into, and it's sad when those games go away. I get, and I play individual games very specifically. Um, and so if I'm playing something, I'm usually not playing anything else. So I've been playing New World for the last, what, 2.5 weeks? I keep hitting all the wrong buttons. I keep doing all kinds of dumb shit. Because I'm so used to New World. But I'll get back used to this game. I'll get back used to this game. And I'm already having fun in the BGs. This game is fun to me in the same way that New World was fun to me, in that I really like the BGs in this game, just like I really liked the OPR in New World. And it was one of those things that gave me the ability to play long sessions. And so, and I think that's really it for me, is I need a PvE focused MMO where I can grind really hard, um, and do, the PvE thing, do the dungeons, go out, gather materials, stuff like that. And then I need some sort of objective based instanced PvP where I can go fight other people. And I need that mode to be really good. Right now, the battlegrounds in this game aren't nearly as good as OPR was in New World, especially now that they had a um, couple of extra maps, and their time to kill is a lot higher in New World. And so I feel like just generally the PvP in New World was better. But I see, if they get more battleground maps here, if they, they've got this rank mode coming, they've got, some balance patches and stuff, I'm sure in the future. I would even like to see, honestly. So the battlegrounds mode is a pretty good, right? 24 versus 24 is a solid number of players. And so if there was like a guild versus guild or alliance versus alliance ranking for this, where you could only go in with 24 people from specifically your guild or specifically your alliance of guilds, and it kept track of, your rankings versus the other guilds, I think that'd be really fun. But I'm excited about this ranked mode that's coming. I definitely want to try and find 6 people to play with for this, because I think we could do a good job. I think I understand this game mode well enough that we could come up with a good strategy. Where we could sort of carry. Because if you have 6 people on your team, right? If 6 of you are communicating in Discord or, whatever, then you have, 1/4 of the team all doing a strategy together. And so a fourth of the team can have a significant impact on the game. You can carry that, So we'll see. We will see. I wonder what's taking so long for this match make. 14 minutes? That's crazy. But this is going to be another one of those things that needs to have some work done. So there are a couple of things in this game, very much like New World, that are currently sort of in their minimum viable product. And that is the quote unquote wars in this game, which are things like the Boonstones and the Riftstones, which guilds own, and they receive, bonuses and stuff like that for these. These are really important. And the problem with these is that it's just one capture point, and it's just a big ball of people face rolling into another big ball of people. And just having those singular capture points make those an extremely low variability type of gameplay. And so that's one of the things that I think you have to really yeah, let me know when you're back there, Damien. That's one of those things that you really have to add variability to. Because that's one of the reason PvP players like PvP is it's the game mode that's going to have the most variability and the most moment to moment decision making in the game because you can't predict another player. But you really have to lean into that variability. You really have to lean into that moment to moment strategy because that's what those players are looking for, right? They want to be making decisions, they want to be taking in a lot of information, right? I want to be looking out and I want to see what's going on. And I want to, part of the thing that makes the best PvPers is their ability to take in a massive information and then sift through that information to make the best possible decision. And so if the information that you're bringing in is extremely linear, and there's always only going to be one outcome, right? If there's always only going to be this sort of same repetitive process, I guess, that's going on, if everything is always going to kind of work out the same, then it can start to get pretty boring. And so the way you create that variability is you create, objectives, you create randomness, you create RNG. So that's something that doesn't actually happen very much in these battlegrounds is there isn't really any sort of RNG stuff that can happen. So maybe that's something that they can add in. We've got these 2 big castles. We've got um we've got these multipliers. Maybe these multipliers can change on some sort of RNG system. Maybe I don't know. I really don't know. Hey, somebody marked me as the tank. Because I'm the tankiest tank. That you ever did see. And the green grass blew all around and around, and the green grass grew all around. How are they already in my backfield? Those people hit fucking hard, too. We're gonna get pushed all the way into our stupid thing already. And then everybody is going to lose all of their brain cells and just stand at spawn fighting. Either sword and shield or bow. Those are both very, very different gameplay styles. Yeah, that's right. Give up. Or call in teammates. Look at this already, though. Almost 100% of my team is already pushed back to spawn. And they're just playing at spawn. God, they've got to fix that. It's not even hard to fix. Right? It doesn't have to be aesthetic. It doesn't have to be anything. Just for the love of everything, stop making this game mode a race to see who can push who into spawn first. And then the game's over. You're doing a huge disservice to a huge part of your game. I have the speed. Okay, well, I can't stop that person from recapping. But maybe I can go cap center here. Looks like a bunch of their team found me, but look at all this. Look at how many people are here. It's so sad. We've got some people doing some good work, right? We've got some people who are getting out of there, who are going to capture points, who are going to gather up objectives and boxes and stuff like that. They're doing the thing. And they're doing the thing just about as hard as you can do it. It doesn't work if everybody doesn't try. But we've got ourselves a speed cap here. So we're going to hit this one right here. The speed cap is a really, really important part of this, and it's a really important comeback mechanic. Made your character on my server? Nice. Heck yeah, dude. Shoot me a name. Oh, they charmed me. Little git. Yeah, shoot me a name. Let me know so I can send you a friend request here. Can't you skip the tutorial? I could have sworn you could skip the tutorial. Nice. Got my speed cap. Nerd. This is 100% your job. Oh, someone took your name? Dang, that sucks. Chris the Hunter. All right. My point. My point again. They're trying to take me down. You can't stop this tank, though. Too big and bad for you. Too big and bad. Look at the whole team, though. The whole team fighting over the freaking spawn. Can't even believe that shit. Check that out, though. Rank 7. Like a freaking boss. 9 caps. 9 flippin' caps. Am I the only unaffiliated? Everybody else in this game is in a freaking guild. I'm the only nerd over here, guildless. Just fucking shit up. That makes me so sad. But good job on the 7th, right? I feel good about that. I feel really good about that. In a game that was completely one-sided. Getting out there, getting the caps. Ooh, that's that new transformation that person was turned into. Dope. All right. Close that down. Claim that daily. I'm already at 100. I now have... Let's go see what's in this shop. Oh, we have the face stuff in this shop. Okay. Okay, I see you, game. Plus a bunch of this. I have enough to buy 2. Right, I have 1,200 of these. So I think we're actually probably going to go ahead and buy the Phase Sword. Do I already own the Phase Sword? Oh, no, you have to buy. That's right. You can't buy those unless you own the Super Pass or whatever. So if I want to do that, I need to get 750. Okay, we can do that. But let's go in here. Let's go to relationships. And let's add a friend. Chris the Hunter. Chris the Hunter. That's the new transformation, though. Transform into like a weird bull ram thing. I like it. That's cool. It's a little small. You're turning into like a bull ram thing, and you're kind of little compared to a person, you know? I don't know, maybe not. That I cannot tell you, Chris. I have only ever played Sword and Shield in this game. I never play like I don't know anything about those other weapons. I don't even want to know anything about those other weapons. So I am running into a small problem here. And that small problem is that it's hard to find a token burn sometimes. And I don't want to lead a token burn. Craven Moore. So I'm just going to end up playing Battlegrounds. I think I got a mail. What did I get in the mail? Personal mail. Craven Moore. Hey, how's it going? We're recruiting and wondering if you're looking for a guild. Oh, thank you. Not a fan of guild. Yeah, I don't. Guilds have way too much control in this game because they can accumulate or centralize all the loot from the world bosses. And while I like the idea of world boss loot getting consolidated like that, um, I don't like the idea that your guild leadership is in some sort of control over it. I think if you want to have a system like that, then distribution needs to be automatic. So in the guild system, as it is right now, and I can't really look at it because I'm not in a guild, but as it is right now, um, the stuff goes to the guild, and then any sort of distribution or anything like that that needs to be done with the items is on the guild leadership to do. And so I like where they're trying to go, right? It's difficult to balance the impact of tanks and healers and stuff like that on bosses. So doing impact based distribution can be very difficult. And so as a guild, you're going to want to help build up your tanks. You're going to want to help build up your healers because they're some of your more important players because there just are so few of them. Um, and so that that impetus, right, to develop a system that allows sharing is great. But if you're going to have a system like that, unfortunately, you can't put guild leadership in any sort of control of that system because the types of people who typically lead guilds are the types of people, especially in PvP games, who will take advantage of their members for their own personal gain. And so if you're going to do that, then the system needs to take control, right? So the item goes to the guild bank, and then there needs to just be a role inside of that, and then the item needs to get automatically distributed. Right? Do a need or greed system just like Final Fantasy does, but just stop letting guild leaders be in charge of that shit. Because while some guild leaders are great and a good guild leader is really good, um, most guild leaders are garbage. Let's see. How do you add me? So you just go to relationships. Um, you should have like a request for me in here, and you should just be able to accept requests. The relationships is right here on the escape menu. So, Chris, I'm not opposed to auto blocking and auto attacks as long as you have a dynamic enough system of skills and skill usage that you can support sort of an active combat. And this game's skills are fairly dynamic. I don't think they're as good as maybe some games I've played in the past, like say Guild Wars. Uh, but I don't have a problem with those systems outright as long as the rest of the combat system causes the same sort of activity that left clicking to basic attack or block or whatever would have included. Come on, give me my speed buff. I mean, there was nobody over here. I guess I better try and capture this. They all pushed into my spawn already. Oh, got charmed. This game is already looking kind of pathetic. We got pushed back into our spawn almost instantly. They're kind of pushing out now, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't have high hopes. Okay, well, that person could stand there and be slow. That's fine. I ran all the way across. I'm going to get this before that person did. And I had to run all the way across to get to this one. And this is why the speed cap is literally the most important buff in the game. 100%. If you don't have speed cap and you're capping, you're wrong. Straight up wrong. Somebody hit me for like half of my health there. What the hell? But here we are again, and this is what happens to every fight, right? Everybody's just fighting on one of the spawns. They have to fix this about the BGs. You cannot, you cannot, even for another week, let that continue to be how the battlegrounds plays out. Like, this is insane. It's not that hard to elevate the exit and to stretch it out so that it covers more of the area. And that's literally all you have to do. Just stop letting the spawn be a fucking choke point that the other team can control. Holy crapola. Look at this. 2 people on my team, 3 including me, are not on top of my spawn. Fighting over a ×2 fucking multiplier. How is everybody so bad? Stop fighting over a ×2 multiplier. You have no multipliers, and you're fighting over a ×2 multiplier. Like, I don't even... What do you think you're doing? Hey, there it is. Wow, already lost that one. Super dope. Still got rank 18, though. With 2 caps. A really hard thing that I was having trouble with there was trying to get the speed cap. But yeah, I mean, all these people have all these points. These people shouldn't even be at the top. Because all they're doing is just running to the enemy spawn and then trying to kill people, right? Not gathering boxes, not doing any of that other stuff. Just, I have a really good DPS build, so I'm just going to run to the spawn, lock the other team in the spawn, and then I don't care about objectives. I don't even know what the fuck the objectives are. Like, I'm just killing people because I'm a DPS and that's the only thing my brain knows how to do. So, but these 31 points don't matter, or these 31 kills don't matter if this person didn't go capture 4 points, right? If these two people didn't keep those points captured, this person ends up with literally 1/14th the number of points that they had. So, like not even 2,000 points for all of these kills. So, like it's important to get kills, but it's important to get kills based on good activity. This person has 8 kills, but this person was obviously just locked in our base the whole time, right? No captures, no destroyed boxes. Hey, game download and getting in, nice, get it. And here I am. I only got 2 captures, but I was out like in the world. I'm the second highest player on our team. Here's another 2 captures. Again, no kills. This person didn't destroy any boxes, so that's unfortunate. But again, third highest player on our team. All of our people with caps are the ones who are in the higher tiers. And that's because you can't just fight over the fucking spawn. Get out of the spawn, capture points. You're never going to win if you sit in the spawn. It is literally impossible. And I understand that it's hard. Maybe they couldn't destroy boxes because you stole them all. That's possible. I do get a lot of boxes. Well, and so that's the other thing, is boxes are such an important resource. And when you get pushed back into spawn, your access to boxes is completely removed. So you can't get the steel power-ups to do more damage and have more tank. You can't get, any of the golem power-ups or anything like that. You can't get any of the heals. You can't get any of the manas. You can't get any of that. So you're, not only are you fighting at a choke point where your enemy has an advantage, but you're fighting at a choke point where your enemy has an advantage at the weakest possible state you can be in the game, right? If you just had one power up, you're stronger than you are when you come out of spawn. So, I mean, you're getting whammied over and over and over again. You're at so many different disadvantages, right? You have to kill 12 times as many people as they do, 14 times as many people as they do to get the same number of points. But you're doing it. It would be like playing League of Legends and not killing any creeps. So you didn't get any creep currency. And then trying to fight at your fountain while the enemy team was getting, their full creep score, going back buying items, and you're trying to fight from your fountain the whole time. And it's literally impossible. You would never win a game of League of Legends like that. And the same thing is true here. You can't win in the battlegrounds. Amazon can burn in hell for what they did to New World. You're absolutely right. Not just what they did to New World, but what they did to gaming in general. I don't think that the Snoop Dogg game is going to be a terrible game. I think it's a really good party game. And I think it's a good use of AI. I think, honestly, it's actually a pretty innovative use of AI, is to have, that fake courtroom thing. I actually think it's going to be a fun party game, right? Get your friends together, get some beers, get some snacks, put it on a big screen just like they were showing in their get some stacks together, put it on a big screen like they were showing in their advertisement, and then play this kind of interesting AI sort of game. And I think that that's really cool. I think it could be turned into not a video game, right? Because that AI is just playing the position of the judge, and I feel like you could literally just have another person play that role, right? So you've sort of turned what could just be a board game that people play at home like Pictionary or something like that, into um, this weird video game. But I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, and I think it's a good use of a large language model. There won't be any sort of whoever was playing the judge, if you had a real person playing the judge, there wouldn't be any sort of like people playing favorites or anything like that, because the judge in the game really is going to be impartial because it's an LLM. It doesn't know any of you. So it can just be impartial and it can just be fun. And so I don't think that that direction with that game is necessarily a bad thing. The problem I have is that they have made a very public announcement that, hey, we think that bullshit like this is going to make us more money than live service MMO style games, right? We want to give you the least development, and we want to give you the least effort for the most money. And this is where we think that's going to be. And that's going to signal to a lot of other developers and publishers out there. And a lot of other developers and publishers are going to kind of follow that same line. This person's wearing kind of the same stuff I am, but they went all orange and red with it. I don't know if the blue necessarily goes with that, but I like it. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty concerned. You just accepted my friend request. Are we friends now? Look at that. We are friends now. Well, I got 2 friends online. I'm so popular. And my game's frozen. And it died. And be back soon. Okay, game. Okay. I had 2 friends online. You have a server transfer token? I mean, yeah, you can transfer servers in this game. As long as you stay within the same region. Um, you used to be able to do it like every 24 hours. So when the game first launched, there were like big guilds just running around from one server to the next, just crushing everybody at all of the world boss fights, because they used to have like open world PvP world boss fights. And so the big guilds would get on and they would like take over their server, and then nobody would go to compete with them. And so they'd move to another server and they'd just start crushing everybody there. And then they'd move to another server and just start crushing everybody there. I think you can only move servers like once every 30 days now. But when the game first came out, you could just bounce from server to server. And there were like 2 or 3 guilds that basically just crushed the entire community because they were super pay to win. So they had all the best gear within the first couple of weeks. And then they were just teleporting around, just fucking everybody up. It was hella stupid. Hella stupid. The Phantom Aura Longbow looks bad as hell. I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is at all. Okay, Throne and Liberty, I'm going to need you to go ahead and launch. Gonna need you to go ahead and launch. Oh. Hey, it launched. All right, y'all can be off of the Be Back Soon screen. All right, we're in it to win it here. Yo, I really like this red, black, and white here. And this black and purple. Both those are clean. Nice. Phantom Aura Longbow in the shop. You mean this one? I like how the arrow looks like a sword coming out of the front there. Just don't spend any of your real money on that crap. You can earn, this is the currency that you use to buy those. And you can earn that in game by selling in game items to other players. These nerds don't need any of your money. Fuck them. All right. Now that we're back in, we can actually play. Let's do another one of these. My victory to defeat ratio is getting destroyed. And I blame the guilds. Bunch of fucking nerds. Let's go in here. I need to see. I think it costs 450. Yeah, okay. So I need to earn another 250 Lucent to extend my Da Vinci's favor, which is very important. Gotta do that. Why is the mini-map so damn small? So you can zoom in if you want to see sort of less of an area and be able to get a better idea of what's going on. You can totally zoom in on it. And then can you not make it bigger? No, it doesn't look like you can. Something you can do is you can actually move while your full map is still up. So if I open up my map and then I start moving, as soon as you start moving, it causes it to go kind of opaque like that. So if you're trying to get around somewhere or you have a really long way to travel and you need to see, you can do that with your map. And I assume, although I haven't checked because that opacity is fine with me, that you can change how that opacity changes. So it's not a perfect system by any stretch of the imagination, but I think they've done a pretty good job of giving you some useful little tools there to help you get around. But yeah, when it's all the way zoomed out, it's pretty hard to see what's going on. But just zoom it in a little bit, you'll be all right. There's also lots of different control modes. One of the big things that you're probably going to want to look into with this game, Chris, is um, going into your settings and looking at some of your controls and stuff like that. Because, like your targeting controls, so this game has sort of a dynamic targeting system. Um, so you've got all these different priorities and stuff like that that you can set. You can set those as part of some of your weapon presets. So as you go through and you decide um, sort of what you want as far as weapons and presets and gears and stuff like that, and what different activities you're going to be doing with different skills and all that different stuff, you may want to have different targeting presets and different targeting preferences and stuff like that. So there's actually a lot in this game to try and help you make the system work for you as much as possible. But if you don't go in and you don't look at those things, then you might struggle a little bit with the control system because it is fairly complex. You know, you've got all these skills down here. And so that's already a lot of buttons to need to be pressing. So if you also have to manage targeting and if you're healing, manage healing and stuff like that, things can get pretty difficult to manage pretty quickly. But that's something you can work on sort of over time. Yeah, get some. But we got a bunch of inflamies on our team. Well, two. Oh, nope, four. We might. Oh, we got some unhinged on the other team, though. This might actually be a decent fight. Just because those two groups will kind of cancel each other out, hopefully. Yeah, so your skill growth books, the game will teach you about this as you go, but your skills can be leveled up to level 15. So you get 5 levels of green, 5 levels of blue, and 5 levels of purple. And those skill growth books are what you use as you go through. So this is what you're going to want to follow here is this path of ascension. Doing the path of ascension and following your purple quests. Your main purple quests and following why is my orb higher power? You mean in here? Oh, that's the weapon level. Weapon mastery. Yeah. So that's a choice that I've made. I've leveled up my orb mastery more than my sword shield mastery. And that's just something you do over time. But you should get, as you go through that path of ascension, you should get all the resources you need in order to get all of your skills for at least one build all the way maxed out. So you shouldn't have to worry too much. I'm going to get this nerd off of me. Okay, you can keep fighting me while that guy gets it. That's fine. Ooh, this dude hurts. Ouch. That dude was very anti-tanky. I'm fairly unhappy about that. I think I'm going to have a pretty rough go of being effective in this fight. Because we've got people on our team from one of the bigger guilds, and we've got people on the other team from one of the bigger guilds. The people on my team are going to be having the most impact, and the people on the other team are going to be stopping me from having impact. So I think I'm going to have a hard time trying to get stuff done here. We're going to do it anyway. We're going to follow the pattern. We're going to do what we know is the smart thing to do, which is make sure we keep things capped as much as possible. I just got the speed in front of your face. Why? Oh my god, you dumb fuck. I hate you so much. That just felt like spite, dude. Like that dude was just like, oh yeah? You get the thing? Cool, I get the cap. Even though it's a stupid idea. Captured. There's at least a bigger fight going on here now, so maybe. I got nuked. I got freaking nuked. There it is. Okay, don't want to deal with that. I don't have the ability to push those people around. They've got too much collision resist. There'll be a time when this jackwagon runs out of stuns. And I can do this all day. He can't kill me. Maybe there won't be a time when this jackwagon runs out of stuns. Hey, we got it. Okay, well that's boring. Let's go try and take their... Or let's get killed. I should have turned around. I saw all them coming down. And I just assumed I was going to be able to blow by them. Like I normally do. But ooh, what the hell? Neo Mortis. Just freaking nuked me, dude. Holy crap. I mean, it's not terribly shocking, I guess, in a game with people from two really high tier guilds. I am only 6,350 gear score. So it's just a fact that, you know, when somebody with 7,500 starts beating on me, I'm probably going to die. There are still a lot of people I can just face tank, though. Oof. Not in this game, though. Goodness. I'm getting whammied right now. But that's a fact of pay-to-win games. You're only going to be able to have so much impact if you don't spend any money. This is one of the closer fights we've had so far. And it is because we have people on our team as well as people on the other team who are a part of that upper echelon of players. Instead of it being super one-sided, just one of the spawns getting camped until the game is over, which is nice. It should have resulted in me having a greater score than normal. It's resulting in me having less of a score than normal because these people are always stronger than me. And because, I don't know, I guess the infamy people gave up. We seem to be losing pretty hard here at the end. The combat in this game is pretty good. It's that hybrid targeting sort of action combat system, fairly similar to Guild Wars. I wouldn't say it's the best combat system I've ever played in a game, but it's not the worst. Well, we almost made a comeback there at the end. I don't think we quite have enough time to pull it out, though. Nope. Rank 30, that is the worst rank I've had in a while. But that was just a game full of really high-tier players. These unhinged folks are pretty good, I think. Yeah, but you can really see this unhinged person. This person was somebody who killed me a bunch of times, but they only had 19 kills, and they only got 26 boxes, and they only got 1 cap, and they were only 1,000 points behind this infamy person with 41 kills. Right, this infamy person did more than double damage, had more than double kills, had more than double assists, and still barely edged this person out for score. And it's because this person's kills were happening when they had bigger score multipliers. And that's really what this mode is about. If you don't have score multipliers that exceed the score multipliers of your enemy, then you should not be fighting unless it is actively to take over or maintain a point. If you fight anywhere else, right? If you don't have the higher score multiplier and you fight in any of this area, or you fight back over here, or even if you fight over like a ×2 multiplier, right? Because this is ×2, this is ×3, this is ×4. So these 3 multipliers are important. So if you're fighting on this whole bottom half of the map and you have a lower multiplier than the enemy team, then you're fucking up. Bad. And you're going to lose. You're going to get 41 kills and almost get beat by somebody with 19. Right? This is insane. This person just saw red, right? The whole game, they were just killing people. Probably sitting at the enemy spawn, padding their kill stats, and just killing people as they came out without worrying about anything that has to do with the objectives or anything, right? Didn't get any power-ups, none of that. Just sitting at spawn somewhere, just killing as many people as they possibly can to pad this kill stat. And ultimately being useless to the team. If you could have taken those 41 kills to objectives, we maybe could have won. Especially because kills don't really do anything because the timer on respawn is so short. So there are some game modes like that. There are some Battlegrounds game modes where killing people is going to have a significant impact because maybe they have an escalating respawn timer. So, it's 10 seconds, then it's 30 seconds, then it's a minute, then it's 2 minutes. If you could take a person out of the game for 2 minutes, then it wouldn't matter where you killed them, right? It would have effect. But if you kill somebody out in the middle of nowhere, they respawn and then they can get right to a point, right to an objective, right to something valuable just as quickly as if you hadn't killed them. And so that kill isn't really doing a lot. The only reason kills have value in Battlegrounds is for the score that they provide, because it's the highest scoring thing you can do outside of capturing a point. And so that only is true if you have the multipliers when you get the kill. So if you don't have the multipliers when you get the kill, then your kill doesn't have any value to your team. But whatever. Oh shit, Ascended Malachar. Oh, that's right. We had been doing. We need to go do Corvus. Or Cordy. There you go. We need some tree branches and shit. We need this cloak. And the quest with the lighthouse. Nice. Good job. Getting it. Getting it. It usually takes me, when I did my brand new character, it took me about 15 hours, I think, to get through the entire Path of Ascension. So this first one will take you through the whole story. And then these will take you through a bunch of like extra stuff, just getting you used to some of the systems and stuff. And then once you get all the way through all this, then you'll have your tier 2 fully statted gear. You do have to join a guild as part of one of the quest lines. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to get in a guild now, although it's not really going to do you any good. But you do have to be careful. When you join a guild, it is possible for the guild to have loot distribution set up where any loot that you get from the guild bosses or from the world bosses goes to the guild inventory instead of your own. So don't just join a guild all willy-nilly. Look into what their loot distribution is, especially if you're going to stay in the guild for the long haul. There is some value to being in a guild. You can get resources and stuff from like the guild shop. They have guild bosses and stuff like that you can do. But you don't want to just join any guild. You want to join a guild that's going to let you keep your stuff for yourself. Yeah, this dude looks pretty good. Very knightly. With his great sword and his spear. Not as dope as me, though. Mow the Lost. Around we go. Gotta get this reinforced steel. Too important. And you're slow. Well, I'm glad to see that people are running after the objectives on my team here. Although we do have a pack of enemies and a pack of allies at the respective spawns, just trying to, like, hold the spawns. Nerd. Looks like they got our objective, so let's go up there and try and take that back. Oh, got nuked. That hurt. Leaving for 2 weeks and not leveling up my character at all has put me at a pretty severe disadvantage in here. There are a lot more people with a much greater ability to destroy me than there were a couple of weeks ago. I am getting dumpstered sometimes. It looks like they still own ours. I wonder why nobody has picked this. But we've got the speed boost, so let's get it. Team's doing a good job. We're winning. People have been pretty active about making sure to get caps. I think I only have 1 or 2 caps. So kudos to them. We're going to go over here and try and help this person. It looks like they're getting knocked off. So I don't really have any way to stop this person from attacking them. It looks like they might have enough resistance, though. Yeah, they were able to get it, so that's good. But now we can't really stop this person. That's actually pretty funny. Oh, goodness. They've got teammates coming. That's pretty funny. Yeah, so when it comes to controlling those points, it really is. If you're a tank in the battlegrounds, it is your job to be in control of who can control those points. So, you've got to have the collision resistance and you've got to have the collision chance to make sure that you can control those. I don't have enough collision chance or even resistance to really go up against the other tanks right now. I just don't have the stats for that. I will have the stats for that at some point. But it seems like, for the most part, we're good. But yeah, I just didn't have the resistance to stop that person from kicking me off there, which was unfortunate. Ooh, let's get that. And I also didn't have the collision chance to knock them off. But that's all this boils down to, right? He's too tanky for my team to kill. And I am too tanky for him to kill. So it's just the chance at getting the collisions. Now, even if you don't get all of your collisions off, right, you still should try because it is a chance. It's not guaranteed one way or the other. So even if they have more collision chance than you have collision resistance, then there's still a decent chance that you are going to be able to hit them or going to be able to resist them. So you sort of need to keep trying until it becomes absolutely apparent that you can't get it or that you won't win. Also, I've forgotten what team I'm on. I'm on the blue team. Okay, we're winning. That's all that matters. I need to get a speed cap buff again. And some more of these steals. I can't believe my teammate's going to get that with the slow cap. Getting mid with a slow cap is fucking ballsy, dude. Ballsy. Dude's got big old brass ones. This is the other team's, like, big tank. It was pretty unlikely I was going to be able to stop him. But again, I don't have the speed buff, so I'm not going to try and cap mid until I get it. We have quite a bit of time, right? We don't have to rush this. We're winning pretty significantly. So trying to rush to go capture the midpoint without a speed cap buff would ultimately just set me back more. Especially since apparently somebody else on my team got it. And we won. Hey, rank 19. This is honestly around where I feel like I should be, just based on my gear score and stuff. This is just kind of where I'm at. I'm not nearly as strong as I need to be to play the role that I want to play, because I don't get kills, right? I don't do any damage. So I definitely need to be boost in my tankiness. And that's just going to have to take some time. Not a big deal. I'm enjoying it. I believe we have about an hour until the boss pops. Let's see. I got a win there, so we get another win chest. Nice. A collar of the moon with petrification chance is probably not going to have any value. But we'll see. There is some value in using stats or using CCs other than um, collision. Earrings of the two moon. Man, I got hosed on that one. You can get double, but max health 150 on an earrings of the two moon. I just got another mail. If this is another person trying to invite me. Ooh, we're going to put this necklace in here. Petrification chance definitely isn't it for us. But we might be able to do something with this earring of the two moons. We're going to need to check. I don't know. Let's see. What does it do? Strength, perception, front heavy attack, evasion, front evasion. Let's see. Let's go to trait list. This one is max health. Rings with max health. Nothing. What about two moons rings with max health? Nothing. Okay, let's close all this down. Let's go to accessory lithographs. And let's go to earrings. Two moons earrings. Okay, so the lithograph is going for 230. Interesting. They got another mail. We did get some make goods on some maintenance, which is nice. When I came back, that's why I had a bunch of those ornate coins and stuff. But I still don't think that that's probably going to be what I want in the lithograph department, because I imagine that Fallen Dynasty is still a lot, Blood Hunter is still a lot. It actually seems like even more people are buying the Blood Hunter stuff. So 300, 375 for Valiant grips. How are 375 for the Resistance grips? That doesn't even make any sense. How are they 368 for the Juggernaut? What? Yeah, but the Blood Hunters look like they're the way to go. And that's why we're going to keep buying those, these specific boxes here every week. Because we can get Blood Hunters here. There are a lot of guilds recruiting, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's get one more of these in, and then we'll probably break for a little food while we wait for the next boss. Get one or two more battlegrounds in, and then break for some food, maybe. Depends on how long it takes to get in. So let's see. I get three um, three combat power for every level I put into one of my weapon masteries, and I still have almost 200 levels to go. So I still have almost 600 weapon power just from my masteries. So if my weapon masteries were maxed, I would be at 7K right now, or at least pretty close. I also have a lot on my runes. If we take a look in our rune book here, we can go to 120 on these. And so I think you get pretty close to one level per level, or one combat point power per level. Combat power point. PowerPoint. But it's only per level on the ones that you have active, so I've probably got another, couple hundred in there too. You guaranteed must be able to get to 7,800, because that's what tier 10 on the trial is minimum 7,800. So I'm like 1,500 below where I can get to, which is crazy. We have quite a long grind ahead of us. Let's see, what do we got here? Do we have any of the big guilds on either team? I don't see them. Kitty Death Cult? Now, see, there is a guild I would join. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like I know any of the big names there. So we might have ourselves a good fight here. Maybe get another win. I like wins. I like wins a lot. Well, that person got my speed cap, which upsets me. There was a speed cap right in front of me there, too. That's so sad. Whole team is fighting right outside of spawn again. Super dope. Man, this is frustrating. This is the mode right here that's going to keep people playing because all of your other modes of play have limits. And limited PvE stuff, there's no reason to play that PvE stuff if I'm not getting rewarded, right? I can play PvP and not get rewards because PvP is dynamic and fun and unique every time because other people make it that way. When you have other live players involved, you just can't really predict what they're going to do, right? And so this is the game mode that is going to cause people to play the game outside of your daily limits or your weekly limits. But if your game mode is broken and this shit keeps happening, then those people aren't going to keep playing, right? I'm going to quit playing Battlegrounds, despite the fact that it's easily the best mode in the game right now, because you broke it in the dumbest way possible. Look at this. You're never going to win. All of the kills that you're getting, anything you're doing right here is completely useless. You're not gaining any points because you only have a ×2 multiplier. You're not sending them back for long enough for anything that you do there to matter, right? If you could send them back for a minute or more, then killing somebody would have some sort of impact. But as soon as you kill them, they respawn. They can get back in just a couple of seconds. Deaths have no meaning in this game mode. And you're standing around the only objective that we actually own, which is the lowest multiplier on the fucking map. Get out of the fucking spawn. It's not that hard. You are fighting over the least valuable aspect of the game and losing while you're at a point multiplier disadvantage. It's craziness. That is the most basic strategy concept of this game mode is the multipliers. And you are fighting over the dumbest one. In mass, all game. Every game, all day. I can't even... I'm not saying you have to have the best build. I'm not saying you have to like get out there and kill a million people, right? I don't have the best build. I'm not killing a million people. I'm not making even all that many caps right now. Yeah, I've only got 2 caps so far. But I'm still in the top 5 in our team. You have to be going for objectives. It can't. Oh, well, that was fun. Goodness gracious, dude. What a joke. That's got to get fixed. It can't keep being like that. As much as I've seen people putting out videos and posts on Reddit and other social medias and stuff like that about how broken that system is, the fact that it hasn't been addressed, it's not a complicated change. It's a little bit of environment work. If you can't easily add another exit to that spawn and increase the height of that spawn, then stop developing video games. Holy shit. It's not a difficult solution. And it is so broken. I can't. God, that's frustrating. So we're gonna do some PvE stuff for the rest of the day. I'm giving up on the battlegrounds. I got to get my 10 wins, and I got to get all my points and stuff every week. But outside of that, we're not gonna be. As much as I would love to just play the battlegrounds all the time, it's just too broken. But I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I'm gonna get some food, and then we're gonna see a little something, find something we can do for a little while we wait for the next boss. And then I have to get in on a B3 token burn because tokens are holding me back from everything, right? I can't do this because I need tokens, or I get tokens for this, and that'll overcap me. I can't do this because I get tokens for this, and it'll overcap me. And I got to get some of these done, right? Because I'm going to get more of these tonight. So I have to get a token burn in. So we'll look into that after this next boss. But I'm gonna go get some food and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Go in, back. It's always gonna get stuck in my head every time I say I'm back. But, yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna stop playing so much Battlegrounds. I say that. I really, really enjoy the Battlegrounds. I think it's a good game mode. I really enjoy those 20-ish versus 20-ish game modes, sort of in general. And I would maybe even enjoy some bigger PvP. Um, Something that was, maybe even like a faction warfare kind of thing, like an ESO or Dark Age of Camelot kind of a thing. I would probably enjoy that as well if it was on a really grand scale with objectives, sieges, and things like that. I do really enjoy that stuff. So, but I really love objective-based PvP, and I think that objective-based PvP is important, and I think um, that finding ways to create objectives for your PvP players is important. For example, we have lots of non-objective based PvP in this game. We have, this super open world, super anybody can do it. But we have the open world dungeons that turn into PvP zones at night. We have Nebula Island PvP. We have all these modes. And when I go out into these places, I don't see anybody out there. And there's a reason for that. And it's because the PvP that you're doing out there doesn't have an objective. You're not, the PvP is just getting in the way of the objective of being out there, which is to farm the resources and stuff. The PvP isn't a part of that objective. And so nobody does it because it's not fun. And this is always going to be true, right? Making your game PvPvE is almost never going to work. And the reason for that is because players are optimizers, right? They want to go out and they want to know what their objective is and they want to go accomplish that. And if their objective is to go kill 10 ghouls or farm ghouls for 30 minutes or whatever so that they can get a certain resource or something, and then you interrupt that with people killing them or having to stop doing that to go fight, especially if they lose progress on what they've already done. I don't think that's the case in Nebula Island. I don't think you drop anything. But if, for example, you were to go out there and you were to be farming a resource and then you would drop part of it, that just sort of gets in the way of what you're trying to do. And it ends up becoming a very gate kept activity because only the strongest players will be able to succeed. This person's name is Shawarma Shuffle. I wonder what the Shawarma Shuffle is. All right. You still got about 30 minutes before this next boss fight. I don't necessarily want to go back into... I don't think I need either of these. Max mana, max health. Am I taking max health on my earring? Ooh, I am. Okay. Strength, perception, front damage reduction, side endurance. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. I'm taking health resistance. Sorry, health regen. Front critical hit chance. Why do I have front critical hit chance? There is no way that I made that decision. No, I did, because it's literally the only option. Okay. Got it. So we're doing health, health regen. These are just garbage stats that I can get here. But what are the stats that this one can have? Back, health regen. Okay. All garbage. Got it. So we are taking max health on these, and these are the ones that we're going to equip here. So we want to go ahead and use this max health to level this up. So we'll go ahead and enchant that. Now it looks like I haven't actually taken my old earrings off. Which I feel like let's just fucking do it, right? Because my old earrings aren't doing shit. These have more front damage reduction, but that might just be a level thing. Yeah, so let's go into our enhancement here. Let's take off. Well, let's go into our gear first, and let's unequip our earring. And then let's go into equipment enchanting. Let's transfer. We want to transfer to this. We want to do that from... this has runes on it, right? That's a problem. Rune book. Earrings. There we go. Equipment enchanting. Transfer to this from this. Get a bunch of blessings. Hit that transfer button. And then we'll go right back into our gear. And we'll go ahead and equip this. We did lose. Wow, we lost like 100 power there. That's actually kind of crazy. But it should be easy to get these healths and these health regions. I don't know about that front critical chance. Let's go into our inventory and let's just check these out. I've got 200. I can get at least 3 more stats on here. Oh, that's something else I totally forgot about. I've got to level up a bunch of this equipment. This one's only level 10. That's why a lot of this is... Holy crap, I got so much work to do. Oh my goodness. Like a full-time fucking job over here. But let's take a peek. What do we got? We've got health regen. So I can get 2 healths, health regen, front critical. So let's take a look at front critical first. That one's pretty cheap at the tier 3. Probably won't be able to see it. Oh, we will be able to see it at the tier 2. The tier 2, it's not cheaper enough that I see any value there. So then we'll look at the health. Max health at the tier 3 is incredibly cheap. Oh my god. I need to buy 2 of these just right now. Get that leveled up. And then we've got these bad boys at health regen, which I need 3 of. Oh, these are so cheap. We're buying all 3 of these. Okay. Okay. There it is. We're putting our earrings in here. We're going boom with the enchant. Oh shit, we're out of Solent. All right, that's okay though. That's fine. We can get more Solent. So we're going to need to be... This is why we need to do a token burn, right? Also, is we need to get more weapon XP. We need to get more Solent. Lots of stuff that we need to be buying. There might be some resources we can spend on some Solent. Can we buy Solent here? No. Need to get these, though. Need to get these. Got a lot of stuff to do there. We really just... Did my stream crash? It did fucking crash. Holy crap, that pisses me off. So it looks like we crashed there, folks. How obnoxious. Okay, well. Crimson B3 token burn. Party's already full. F me, dude. Gotta add a link there, but this person is a black and purple pumpkin. Yo, I kind of like this. It's pretty clean, dude. Pretty clean. Great sword dagger. Jackass. Never mind, I hate you. This feels so bad, not being able to get my token burn done. The tokens are such a huge barrier. Like, they don't take that long to burn, but fudge, dude. They get in the They get in the way. I think I have some token stuff in here. There's a Solent bonus. I might just be using that. I definitely have some stuff I should be using for this, though. Another thing that I should be doing is maybe like taking this with me into PvP. Weapon Mastery XP bonus and contract efficiency. Okay, let's take those out. And then I feel like I also just have like some random bonuses that I can just use. They're not food based. Maybe I was smoking crack though. Yeah, I guess not. What is this? Why do I have a max health helmet trait? Gonna have to go back and get my food out again, I think. Okay, what is this? What's the haunted labyrinth? Need to look into that. I want to do some haunted labyrinth. Is it in my activities book, maybe? Where's the activities button? Oh, that's, the activities button is New World. Whoops. Is it maybe in the secret dungeon? Gate of Infinity, Hall of Illusion? Nope. Special events? No special events. War games? No war games. Okay, well, surely it'll be up here. Surely it'll be in the map somewhere. I don't see it. We'll have to look into that. Maybe there's some sort of information or something somewhere. It's a co-op dungeon for the Halloween event. Yeah, that's what I figured. But I was, Oh, is it actually in the co-op dungeons? Oh, okay. Got it. That makes sense. Got it. So we get a candy corn. We do the co-op dungeon. Okay. Okay. Minimum power 3,500. So it's on the same tier as the elite. Yeah, so it should be pretty easy. That's too bad. I wish there was maybe like an elite and an epic version of it. What can we get? Stellarite. We can get bait pumpkins for fishing. Gummy fish and pumpkin candy. Ooh, we can get some ornate coins. That's nice. Oh, it's guaranteed even to get 100 ornate coins. But guaranteed to get 1,000,000 solent. Cooking pumpkin to cook special pumpkin dishes. Morph into a world tree pumpkin. Morph into a gigantrite pumpkin. Morph into a pumpkin hound. A gesture. A headpiece. Morph into another pumpkin. This is what you exchange for special prizes. And this is what you exchange. Okay, and all that stuff is probably exchanged over here at the event exchanger person. If I could find them. I thought they were just right over here. Maybe further? There they are. Alright, so we exchange these things for basically all the same stuff. Okay, so it looks like some chaos prisms, very important. Entropy shards, also important. Actually, a lot of this stuff down here seems of pretty high value. So what do we do? What are all the ways we can get dimensional pumpkins? I don't care nearly as much about this because it seems like it's only used to purchase this furniture piece. And I don't particularly care about furniture. But being able to get another 150 extraction stones, 150 conversion stones, looks like 100 unlock stones, some chaos runes, lots of growth stones. All of this stuff is very important down here. These chaos prisms and entropy shards, very important. So I definitely need to figure out some ways to get some extras of those. Okay, well that's good. That's fun. I do like the idea of dungeons that are event triggered. I think that's really cool. I would like to see them maybe find a way to scale that event. Because there are some people who are probably struggling, and there are some people who that event is just a barrier, right? It's just a time barrier. It's not necessarily fun. It's not necessarily interesting. They're just going and they're beating the crap out of it and moving on. And so it doesn't create the draw or the intrigue or the entertainment that it could if it was scaled in some way. I don't know. I am a big fan of dynamic scaling for games, for things being more difficult for better players and easier for less skilled players. The reason I'm so interested in stuff like that is because your time in the game is the thing that's valuable to you, right? Oh, look at this. I'm back. Anyway, the time you spend in the game is the thing that's valuable to you as a player. And so, um, this person's got a pretty cool outfit too. They've done it up with the jack-o'-lantern in there. That's cool. That's a little creepy. Anyway, so when it becomes difficult to get rewards, or it becomes too easy to get rewards, then your time just stops feeling valuable. And it happens on both sides of that spectrum, right? There's a sweet spot where something is difficult for you, but you still succeed. And that sweet spot is where a lot of enjoyment comes from. And so MMOs have a really hard time because you're trying to develop that sweet spot for a really, really diverse player base that has been playing your game for a long time, or at least some of them have. So you have players who have literally spent thousands of hours in your game and are absolute experts at every aspect of it. And then you have players who have spent 10 hours in your game and literally don't even know what all the buttons do. And so trying to find a sweet spot for such a disparate group of players is really difficult. And that's why I think dynamic scaling is important. Because if you're just absolute trash, then the game should be easy for you, or easier, so that you can get that same experience, even if you're trash. But I think I'm going to go ahead and do that dungeon. I don't get, it doesn't look like, I don't get, yeah, I don't get any tokens for it, so that's fine. Oh my god, my allergies today are out of control. This is the worst. The most loneliest day of my life. The most loneliest day of my life. Yeah, it's pretty sad, BMO. Pretty sad. Although I don't know if Aeon 2 is going to be worth playing just based off of the monetization that we know about so far. Um, the only way I could see, and so this is something, if we take a look here, that you can see they've already sort of been prototyping with um, with this game is they're really, really into battle pass stuff. And they're really, really into um, like convenience style subscriptions. And they're taking it really, really far in Aeon 2 with multiple convenience subscriptions and lots of battle passes and just all kinds of crazy shit. And so while I think that it's possible that that stuff won't necessarily be inaccessible for like free to play players, I'm pretty concerned that it's going to be um something that you can't even like earn in the game to get. And so they're going to be sort of two player classes, right? It's going to be the casual players who spend money and the hardcore players who don't. And then I guess also hardcore players who do. But like if you look at this, it's 500 Lucent for $10. So if you wanted to buy your monthly subscription and the monthly battle pass in this game for money, it would cost you about $20. But what they're talking about is even having that. to as much as 70 a month to maintain all of their little passes and conveniences and all of that stuff. So, I mean, you're looking at tripling your normal monthly investment there. Yeah, and so I mean, I'm okay with systems like that. I get more and more okay with systems like that um, because, yeah, I mean, like you say, it's going to be a wait and see kind of a thing. And I'm certainly, when the global launch does happen, if it comes out on GeForce Now, or if I have, a computer by then that I can use to play it without GeForce Now, then I will go ahead and do that. And I am going to play it, just like I'm going to play Where Winds Meet when it comes out in a couple of weeks. At least give it a try, see what happens. I'm excited to try out Soul Frame when it comes out. I'm excited for, I mean, there's lots of things. I'm not terribly optimistic about any of them, though. Dude, I feel like I'm dying. Just nostalgia for you. I mean, that's a powerful motivator. I never played the original Ion, so. But because nostalgia is such a powerful motivator, it's also an extremely powerful manipulator. And so if they want to get more money out of you, or, don't, if they want to not give a bunch of value for the game, but still get as much money as possible out of it, then they'll have the ability to do that because of that nostalgia, because that nostalgia is going to bring in X number of players. They're going to make X number of money out of it. And so it's also fairly dangerous for the player base to get sort of scammed there. And I'm super cynical, right? I know there's a lot of people out there who have, this never ending positivity where they just go into everything with rose tinted glasses and, they try and see everything as the potential most positive outcome it can be. And I really respect that. Like, you got to respect that because we have been shown time and time and time again that that's not the case. But at this point, I no longer see the most positive potential outcomes. I pretty much only see the negative outcomes because I'm super jaded, not just by the gaming industry, but just by all major industries in general, by capitalism sort of as a whole. And so whenever I see new games coming out, I'm pretty much constantly just looking out like, okay, how is this going to be sort of weaponized against the player base to try and get them to pay more money? And I mean, if it wasn't something that every game did, then I just wouldn't play games that did that. But I don't know that there are any games that I would say aren't built that way anymore. You know, during the heyday of MMO games, way back when you had, original WoW and OSRS and, um, Dark Age of Camelot and the original Guild Wars, Final Fantasy 11. I guess Final Fantasy 11 had some predatory stuff. If you wanted to make extra characters and stuff, they charged you like additional subscription fees, which was kind of predatory back then. But since one character could master every single job in the game, crafting, gathering, and combat, it wasn't really that bad. But, I look back to those times when we had subscription models and stuff like that. And so subscription models, I have a hard time because I understand that games cost money to run. But I don't like subscription models because there are people out there who can't necessarily um, afford those models. And so don't just fucking randomly invite me to your garbage ass guild. Um, so I don't want players who can't pay a monthly subscription to not be able to play. Um, and so I understand that you need to be able to bring in money. But I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, I think a lot of people. When I was a kid growing up, thankfully, my parents did okay. And so we did have subscriptions to our favorite MMOs, and it wasn't really a big deal. And then when we moved out, my dad sort of helped us maintain those subscriptions because it was a way that we all got to play video games together. So we played a lot of Dark Age of Camelot together. Um, Beck had to make dinner. Was it good? What'd you make? So I never really had that problem growing up, but now that I'm older, and I'm poor as shit, this dude's got a pretty cool little outfit going on. Nice. Um, I understand the difficulty that those subscription models can cause. And so I really like models that allow more affluent players to take on some of the additional burden of maintaining a game by spending extra money. If you've got a handful of players who are paying, $200 or $300 a month, then that's, dozens of players who maybe don't need to be spending any money who can still continue to play and enjoy the game, and the game can still be profitable. So I like that idea, but I don't like the idea of making so what happens is you start to make those models and then you start to you start to make the game create pressure points and pain points that make people want to spend money. And that becomes a negative. And so I don't know what you sell, right? I don't know what you give players that doesn't feel predatory. And I maybe, I don't even know if maybe you just don't give players anything. Would players still support a game monetarily if it was upfront about its financial status? You know, if it listed its operating costs, if it listed its its employee costs, if it did all of that and then posted that to the player base and was like, hey, this is how much money we need to keep this game running month after month. If we don't hit these targets, the game goes away. And then just let people donate as they can. And I don't know if that would work. I don't know if the player base would be like, oh, this game is so good, let's keep it going. I don't know. They certainly wouldn't be able to earn a lot of extra money that way, right? There would be an absolute limit to what you would earn because people aren't going to pay you, for example, 3 times what your costs and stuff are going to be for your game. So if you do publish that, then you are putting a cap on sort of what you're going to make. And that's definitely not something that capitalist companies would be okay with. Because to them, the value of something isn't based on what it costs. It's based on what they can sell it for. But I think if you were super upfront about it, I think you could potentially get away with not even selling things to people. And just saying, hey, this is how much we have, right? You put a little UI element. You put a little UI element in a game, in one of the menus, maybe. It doesn't even have to be a persistent, always there UI element. And you put some sort of a donate button in the main menu so that you can easily, you know, apply a credit card or whatever and donate money. And then you get some sort of UI element that says, like, okay, this is how close we are to being able to fund the game for next month. And if we meet that goal, then cool, we get to fund for another month. Or you could even do it a year at a time, or a week at a time, or I don't really care. Hey, we stayed alive that whole fight. Like a freaking boss, dude. Didn't get pushed off the edge, stayed alive. And then maybe you add a line item for incidentals. I did get a Cordy branch, which is, I think, one of the items you use to make the stuff from here. We're going to go back up here in case we got something, we just didn't pick it up because we got pushed. Maybe. Looks like a couple of people didn't pick up their stuff, but I was not one of them. Unfortunate. Let's see what we got. We should have gotten a chest here, right? Yeah, here's our chest. We can get a Cordy branch here too. Did we get one? No. But that's okay, because we got a Cordy branch. We have 5 Cordy branches. All right, good deal. Almost tried to exit the game just now. This is still going to keep annoying me. All right, is anybody starting? Why are people clicking like they're going to Tevin? Oh, it's a guild. Okay. Hey, there we go. There's a Crimson B3. Let's go get down here. That person's name is Bobbin Robin. Just gonna wait on my group leader here. And we're gonna burn some freaking tokens, man. So we can do some other stuff. Okay. All right, I gotta do something here real quick. My poor mother. The only time I ever talked to her is to ask her for money. Guess I better go help my teammates. Sorry, everyone. Here he comes to wreck the day. Run, 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 run. Ouchie. I couldn't get my stupid suck everything in move to work. I'm not really paying very close attention right now. Too busy with other things. Maybe. Maybe too busy with other things. Whoops. Gotta teleport, not jump off the side of things. I tell you what, man, the 2 or 3 times I have to be an adult every year stress me the fuck out. I don't like it. Oh, all right, let's get our head in the game now. I don't know how I ended up targeting an enemy way over here with that stupid skill, so I couldn't suck them all in, but that bothers me a lot. A steak? Nice. Nothing better than a steak. Love cooking when you're not on the game? Do you mean you don't like cooking in game, or it's the thing that you do when you're not playing video games? Got it. Got it. Yeah, it's good to have other hobbies, particularly hobbies that involve like standing up, doing something that is even remotely physically active. Yo, what's up, Guardian? What's up, Guardians peeps? How is everybody? Ruby, welcome back. How'd the stream go today, Guardian? What were you playing? Headliners, all right. Akam, what's up? Long time no see. How you been? How was the headliners? Did I die again? No, I didn't. I definitely thought I died. Recommend. It's a silly game. You know, I wish that I was a silly person and that I played silly games because my life would probably be better if there was a little more silly in it. I have a tendency to take my life and my video games entirely too seriously. But I'm glad y'all had some fun. A God of War marathon stream, all starting from the very first one, then ended after finishing Ragnarok. If you can manage to get through every single God of War in a single stream, you'll be my god. Well, at least we have a bunch of random stuff I've picked up here. Goodness, we got all the things. Oh, so many things. Gracious. My freaking chest is so congested right now. Yeah, so what we're doing right now. Sorry, I suddenly have a lot of things on my mind. Um, this is not going very well at all. How did I end up jumping so high? What just happened? Okay, well, that was interesting. I just like flew up into the air for no reason. I think we're probably bailing on this group. I think that's probably what happens. And let's just look at what we picked up while we were in there. Because we picked up a bunch of things. We might actually need some of these things. Both of these are totally useless. I already have a chest piece, so I don't guess I need any of these chest piece things. The rest of this stuff is all just tier 2 and stuff. So I probably don't actually need any of this. But something I do need to do is we want to go to material transmutation here. And we want to see there was a reason. Right, right. So we can get those certain. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so none of that's really terribly important right now. Let's go see about making some more progress on some of our gear, maybe. Yeah, this is what I wanted to do. Was make some growth stones, and I need accessory growth stones, I think, this time. So we'll make 14 of these. We're only going to be able to make 14. That's kind of crazy. It should pull out of my storage. So that should have been all the ones out of my storage and everything as well. So let's go to enhancement, I guess. And let's see. My ring should be what I want to level, but I don't even think I'm going to have. I guess I can get two tries out of this. We might get a whole level if we get super lucky. We did not. We got super unlucky, in fact. Um, goodness. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Well, let's try playing this new co-op dungeon here. Should be fairly easy, even not knowing the mechanics for it. I'm sure I'll get flamed for not watching a video first, but well, whatever. I just went into the dungeon. I did not join a group for the dungeon because I'm a dum-dum. Now we go down to co-op dungeon and we go to party matchmaking. There we go. There we go. Couple of brain cells later and we're good. Holy shnikes. Sometimes. I think I'm getting old earlier than most other people. I am starting to have trouble braining. Come on, healer. I believe in you. Not that I actually need a healer. I can absolutely just keep myself alive, and as long as all my DPSs can not die, then we would be good. What do y'all think of my little knight dude there? So fucking adorable. I love the Amatoys in this game. I like games that have little pets like this. I really like um, how a lot of the games that have these little pets, you get to see all your loot drop on the ground. But then instead of having to go and like press a button to pick it up like you do in a lot of ARPGs, having a little pet that goes and picks it up for you is really nice. There's just something about getting to see the loot fall on the ground that I don't want to give up because I like that. It's cool. It says, "Hey, you're doing a thing, and here's the reward that you're getting right now in this really, really visual representation." And I like that a lot. But what I don't like is like having to run right over the top of it to pick it up, or do something that's going to slow me down to get those items. So having a little cute dude, that follows me around and does that for me is, I think, a really, really good game design. Especially because this little guy does more than that, right? He can heal me. If I had any of these little leaves, he would heal me. He goes around collecting my loot. There's like a whole collection mechanic for them where you have your uh, Amatoy lithograph thing. And so the more of them you have, you get all these little bonuses and stuff. Like I have specifically these bonuses right now. But the more of them you have in certain categories and stuff like that that you own, the more little bonuses and stuff that you can get from them. So they're very useful as a really small scale progression system that can be engaged with over a long, long period of time, because the bonuses they give you don't really have any effect on, your DPS. They don't really have any effect on your ability to kill things or do the game. But it is this small optimization that gives people something to do over the long haul. And I like that. It's going to be a while before we get this freaking healer, though. Goodness. If any of y'all are thinking about playing Throne and Liberty, for the love of God, make healers. And then come to my server. Because we don't have enough healers. I need some. This is awful. Worst day of my life. If I could be both a tank and a healer in the queue, I would. So that I could stop having to wait for this crap. Why does it say I could only make 17 of those? That doesn't make any sense. I have the resources to make 170. Was going to play it, but Amazon is their publisher, and I thought, nah. Also, good evening. What's up, DJ? So I was having the same struggle. You may have noticed I didn't stream for about 4 days. I was having very much the same struggle. I was considering maybe not even streaming on Twitch anymore, because I very much believe that what Amazon just did with New World constitutes fraud. I think that they knew, I believe that they knew they were going to be canceling New World regardless of the state of the new patch. And so they put out a bunch of marketing materials that didn't make any mention of that cancellation. And if they knew beforehand and they marketed it as if it was going to continue to be under development, just to bring new players in and then pull the rug out, that is absolutely false advertisement and a lie of omission, and should absolutely be investigated for fraud. And so I was kind of in the same boat, right? I didn't want to come back to Throne because it's published by them. I didn't want to come back to Twitch because it's operated by them. Ultimately, the fact that I would like to stream as a career and ever make any money made me decide that I was going to come back to Twitch. At some point, if I can get my YouTube into a good place, I will probably leave Twitch. But for now, it's the only place that I'm monetized and the only way I can make any money doing this. But I will probably leave it at some point. The reason I came back to Throne is, and I haven't been able to find the post for myself, but I was getting information from some people that was saying that NCSoft has already released a statement saying that if for some reason Amazon stops being their publisher, that they themselves will continue to publish the global version of Throne and Liberty. So there isn't an opportunity really for Amazon to pull the rug out in the same way as they did with New World. Although that does rely on trusting another corporation in, them saying, hey, we're not going to pull the rug out on you. And so I don't know how much I actually believe that myself, but okay, well, everybody's going places without me. Where's everyone? Okay, well, I think we just got to go this way, huh? Oh, they're just... Okay, we're good. I don't know how to play this map. I'm pretty sure one of our players is just like off doing something else. I don't know what that thing is. Apparently we need 2 more pumpkins. One more pumpkin. Do I have a pumpkin? Do we put the pumpkins in here? That's good to hear. My experience with NCSoft related to City of Heroes, but to be honest, they gave us warning and made the game fully free for the last few months so everyone could enjoy it. Then they released the server code and officially licensed OG player base to make their own servers. Whoops. Oh, no, not at all. I don't mind long informational posts like that. Information is good to have. Yeah, so NCSoft is also the developer of Guild Wars, right? It's ArenaNet, but ArenaNet is owned by NC, right? And so I've always had a really good opinion of NCSoft because of ArenaNet, because of the original Guild Wars. Now, I do understand that recently they have a bad habit of having really bad pay-to-win mechanics in a lot of their games. And so I'm starting to have a less good opinion of NCSoft, but oh shoot, I turned into a pumpkin and then I died. I got munched. Their South Korean company seems to follow a trend with game developers. Yeah, there is a lot of pay to win that comes out of South Korea, for sure. And it's because culturally, things run much more different over there, right? The gamer player base in South Korea is much, much more willing to spend money on pay to win mechanics. And so they can just get away with that stuff over there because their player base just doesn't seem to mind, which is great, and kudos to them. But I mind, and so waiting for Aeon 2 to release just sucks. It releases in Korea first. So they do seem to be allowing the global community to play the game on the Korean server, though. So, and I think we've talked about this, but it appears I got turned into a pumpkin, or I've got a pumpkin on my head, or something pumpkin-y is happening right now. But it appears that they've decided to not lock or region lock it behind being forced to have a Korean phone number in order to be able to access the game. So if you were so inclined, I believe they're also going to have an English translation. So if you were so inclined, I believe you can play at the Korean launch if you want to get, a little knowledge or something like that. We just got turned into flies and then webbed. Can I please unweb? That'd be great. Okay, this friggin' guy. But yeah, I don't think it'll be on GeForce Now until after the global launch. So I probably won't play it until after the global launch myself. But I definitely will give it a try. We'll see. It seems like their monetization with battle passes and subscriptions and stuff like that is going to be pretty egregious. The fact that they're not even rolling all the subscription bonuses into a single subscription is pretty gross to me. Hey, we got some cooking pumpkins. We got 15-dimensional pumpkins. We did not get really anything of the useful stuff. But I guess we got 15 of these, so we can go spend those on things. I don't have any more candy corns, so I can't open up. I would have loved to have gotten some ornate coins, but that's fine. We do also have Where Winds Meet coming in a couple of weeks. Override. I don't know if you've been keeping up with the game or what, but it's an MMO, but there's a fully single player mode, and you can just play the game by yourself and then switch back and forth on the same character between MMO and single player, which is kind of interesting to me, especially considering the fact that I do play a lot of sort of solo in these games. So we'll see how that goes. I think Once Human gave me the real feel of how far devs can go with loot boxes, putting everything behind a paywall. I mean, except that where winds meet, www. So to me, the paywall of Once Human wasn't that egregious because it was all cosmetic. So as a player who just doesn't give a shit about cosmetics, it didn't actually cause me a lot of discomfort to play Once Human because all of the paywall was cosmetics. What I really liked about Once Human and what I would like to see more games do is I really like gacha mechanics. I think it's fun to do a bunch of pulls and see what you get and then try and play the game based on that. Right? Maybe you get lucky, you get something really powerful, and so you're really strong for a little while, or, I like that RNG helping decide the direction that I'm going with my build, because I think it causes you to have to think a little bit, You can't just do the thing that you would normally do. You maybe have to get outside of your comfort zone a little. So I'm a big fan of gacha mechanics. What I'm not a big fan of is really, really awfully monetized gacha mechanics. And so Once Human to me was a really interesting game because all of your weapons and stuff were all part of that gacha system. And so you got to interact with that, but there was no way to pay for it. And so I liked that a lot. Currently doing a Pal World crossover where you get different pals as a deviant, which is yeah, I did see that. I was sort of a fan of Pal World. Pal World to me is a very, very beta sort of game. I don't think that they've got it into a place where it's actually playable yet. But I like that Pal World stepped up and sort of took on Nintendo and Pokemon, and we're like, hey, if you're never going to innovate on the creature collection genre, then step the fuck aside because we're going to do some stuff with it. So I am at the very least very happy about that with Pal World. They went out there and they did something new, and I don't think it worked real well, and I don't think it was a great game. But the pals were cute, and they took the chance. And I mean, they got well compensated for it. They made a stupid amount of money. So kudos to them. And I hope that the creature collection genre in general, it's kind of the same reason that I like these little Amatoys, right? Is creature collection stuff or any sort of collection gameplay can have a lot of longevity because it can take time, but it can be enjoyable time, right? It can be an aspect of every single part of the game. And so there's this reward that you're getting for doing things in the game that you're really, really looking forward to that doesn't even necessarily have to be power progression, right? Just having the different pals, you might, go out of your way right in the beginning to go get the 6 or 7 pals that are, your main, these are the ones that I need, these are the ones that I want. And then there's just a whole lot of horizontal progression of getting other pals that kind of do the same thing as pals that you already have and having a little variety and, getting to that 100% collection and having all of them. And none of that stuff really necessarily increases your power within the game, but it does give you something to do, give you a reason to keep playing, even after you've already gotten your build, quote unquote, sort of in its final form. So I'm a big fan of stuff like that. It's also one of the reasons that I think paid cosmetics. Yeah, Nintendo sued them for loads of different things. Like they had to remove writing on PALs because Nintendo decided to patent that. Uh, few things Pal World had to do to make Nintendo happy. Yeah, yeah. Nintendo. I don't think I'll ever play another Nintendo game. They have gotten more and more litigious and more vicious and malicious with the gaming community at large. Ever since I was a little kid, right when I was a little kid, my first console was the regular Nintendo console, the NES. And I had every Nintendo console up to the original Wii. Um, or sorry, up to the original Switch. I don't have a Switch too. But I have owned every Nintendo console up to that. And I've played so many of their games just religiously. I mean, I have probably more hours in Super Smash Bros. Melee than I have in most other games combined. And I have, almost 6,000 hours in Ark. I have 2,000 hours in New World. I have thousands of hours in Guild Wars and Dark Age of Camelot. But even all of that added up, I don't think adds up to how much I played Super Smash Bros. Melee. And so I'm a huge, huge Nintendo fan, or at least I was. But just every single year, it seems like they're embroiled in some new thing where they're like, oh, the gaming community is trying to enjoy our games more. Let's go ahead and put a fucking end to that. And just shitting all over all kinds of stuff. And, they do it to quote unquote protect their IP. But honestly, at this point, it just feels malicious. Like they're trying to use the law to make them the only place you can go for certain things. They're trying to patent really ridiculous things, and they're squashing anybody who tries to, make anything that's even remotely close to some of their main IPs. And they're doing it intentionally. They want you to have to play the Zelda games. They want you to have to play the Pokemon games if you want those types of gameplay. They want to force you to engage with their stuff because there's too much competition in the rest of the gaming community, and they don't want to deal with that. They want to say, well, that's fine. All the other gaming people can do all those other things, but if you want this, you got to come here, and we're going to make sure that that's the law. And as far as I'm concerned, you can eat a bag of dicks. That's how I feel about that. If you can't compete to bring in your customers, then get out of the space. I mean, you've literally been making the same Nintendo game for like 25 years. Yeah, exactly. Whatever happened to healthy competition? Whatever happened to people building on each other's ideas? Right? The reason patent law requires you to be so specific with your patent is because if it didn't, then your patent would prevent the evolution of ideas, which is not supposed to be what that is about at all. It's supposed to be about protecting your investment into generating those ideas, not about forcing people who build on those ideas to pay some sort of tithe or homage to you or whatever. So the you went out there, you did a thing, right? Nintendo has always been somebody who tries to innovate in the space, or at least they used to be. But if all you're going to do is make the same fucking Pokemon game over and over and over again, then somebody else has to come and innovate and iterate on that idea. Right? We haven't changed the number of skills that Pokemon can use at the same time. We haven't changed the camera orientation in a Pokemon fight since the first one, since Red and Blue came out. The way you interact with enemy trainers, the way you find new Pokemon, the badge and dojo system, I forget what it's called. But all of those have just stayed the same. They haven't iterated on any of that ever. So somebody had to come and try, right? They've never made like a good MMO version of Pokemon where you can just bump into other people and have Pokemon battles out in this MMO space. The fact that there isn't a Pokemon MMO game, honestly, is probably the greatest failing of any. Holy fucking shitballs. You already sent this to me a couple of hours ago. Your guild is trash. Fuck off. Holy crap. You absolute pile of garbage. I was nice the first time. Do not keep sending me stupid messages about your stupid guild. Nobody cares. Is there an auto? Can I just make people not be able to send me private messages? Jesus. Yeah. Well, and so I was super nice earlier. I responded to him and said, "Hey, I'm not interested, but thanks." Or I said, "No, thank you, I'm not interested." And they said, "Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for responding. Have a nice day." So they've obviously been doing this a lot, and they haven't been getting responses, or they've been getting really negative responses. I understand if you're trying to build up a new guild, uh, it's difficult. It requires a lot of recruiting effort. It requires, a lot of work, and I get that. But it's obvious to me that you're not building your guild by trying to find people. You're trying to build your guild by literally finding anyone. And you're just throwing shit against the wall. And I don't need you to fling shit at me. Totally uninterested. Unsubscribe. But it doesn't look like there's any way to make people not be able to send me personal mails, which upsets me a lot, actually. So I imagine I'm going to get an email from that person again at some point. I guess I could make my own guild and just be in my own guild, and then those people wouldn't see that I'm not in a guild and try and recruit me. But I don't want to do that, nor do I feel like I should need to. I am enjoying my time as a guildless bum. It makes me happy. Yo, that's a cool orb. Oh, is it the same one I have? Just colored different? No, that's the time work one. It's almost the same as mine. They did a cool job with that. I like the turquoise or whatever in there. Yeah, what's up, Party Wizard? Not sure if this works, although you'd need their name, but apparently you can type ignore. We'll add them to an ignore list. That's a good point. That is a good point. I already forgot their name. I'd remember it if I saw it again. I think it's like Craven Moore or something like that. But like more like the Chive used to spell it. Moar. Don't worry about it. They'll send me another message at some point, and then I'll have an excuse to get mad and rage again. Daybreak Shore Feast. Daybreak Shore Feast. What does this give me? What do we get here? All evasion, all endurance. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't even know what I'm doing. It's because I can't do anything unless I burn tokens. I'm seriously thinking about just going and burning tokens in Birkin. Just saying, fuck it. I don't want to do that, but I'm thinking I might. If I'm being honest. Get 2 more levels in my long sword there. Nice. Bump that collision chance a little bit. Hell yeah. So many shields. Okay. It's nighttime, so we definitely can't do that zone. Definitely can't do that zone. So we have an hour 45 minutes to kill here. I don't want to go play more Battlegrounds, but I love Battlegrounds. Oh, here we go. We got to do some gathering, don't we? Got to level that shiznit up. Gathering and cooking. Our cooking is so low. Heard on the grapevine that Amazon may be looking for buyers for New World, although time will tell those rumors are true. New World is an incredible base for a game. Absolutely an incredible base for a game. If somebody does manage to purchase New World, that would be very good for them. Ooh, okay, so we need some milk. So we can make these little bad boys right here. For 100% Solon bonus and 100% weapon mastery XP bonus. So let's see if we can buy some cooking supplies. Do you sell milk? You do sell milk. Just buy 100 fucking milk. There we go. Pumpkin spook latte. We're just gonna make those. We got a great success times 1, which is super important because the great successes you can sell in the auction house. Maybe not of the spook lattes. Hello. So I made 5 and I got 6. So maybe a great success just gives me 2 instead of 1. Maybe that's... yeah, here we go. So great success, 12% chance to get 2. Yeah, but if you could, so the reason that New World would be such a great game to buy and start working on would be nice to see New World back in the light of New Chance away from, yeah. So the reason New World would be such a good game to work on if you bought it and started modding it out would be because it already has a lot of really good game systems, right? OPR is a great game system. Catacombs is a great game system. The dungeons, especially the new raid, was really, really good. And they've already got the groundwork for some really interesting mechanics and traps and stuff like that in there. So a lot of what you would need to do to really, really make New World great would be about creating more of those things, right? More dungeons, more tile sets for the catacombs, more arenas for the OPR, for the arena, the 3v3, for the capture the flag. And then you would really need to work on the war system and the gathering and crafting system, because those two systems are probably the worst in the game. The gearing system, just in general, with the elite chest runs and stuff like that, is currently in a really terrible state. And I think that you should probably just do away with. So there's a really big housing thing that goes on in New World. And the elite chest runs are a really great, I think, way to put out skins, to put out housing stuff, to put out things for your trophies for your houses and stuff like that. And I think that's what the elite chest runs should be about. I don't think the elite chest runs should be about gear. I think you take gear completely out of those things. And then you put the gear back in the mutated dungeons, back in the raids, and back in the hands of crafters. And then you work on the gathering system, because the gathering system in New World is atrocious because it's just repetitive and you have to get stacks and stacks and stacks of gatherables. The whole idea that you still need iron ore to make mithril ingots and stuff like that. So you have to gather all the way through all the tiers. Just that whole system sucks. And so you would need to take a really hard look at gathering and a really hard look at crafting. And then just take gear out of the elite chests. Give more drops in the mutateds, I don't know. Give more deterministic drops in the mutateds, I don't know. But analysts recommend the most likely buyers would be Tencent, NCSoft, or EA. God, I hope Tencent doesn't buy it. I mean, Tencent is like Chinese Amazon. So pretty fucking please don't. That's not gonna help anything. That wouldn't help anything at all. Um, and yeah, I mean, if we the definition of out of the frying pan into the fire. But I mean, I'm totally down. If somebody else buys it, I'll play it. At least for a little while. Give it a shot, see what happens. I'm totally fine with the game was in a really good state, in my opinion. If you bought it and the other thing is the servers are stupid. So you'd need to find a new way to work their server system. And I think that's probably the biggest barrier to entry for another dev team is the server system in that game is bad enough that and it would require enough effort to fix that I don't know if it's worth it no matter what kind of price you could get for it if you can't. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I don't I don't see NC Soft buying it though. And if NC Soft buys it, then I see um one of the few good things about Amazon was their monetization strategy for the game was very non predatory, except for a few things like their server system sucked and server transfer tokens were expensive. But for the most part, it was cosmetics and like items for your house and stuff that they sold. And there was very little that you could get an advantage on when it came to purchasing things out of the shop. And I don't see NCSoft buying a game that they couldn't have, loot boxes and, just whatever other power up items. And I mean, their shop is just such a grotesque fucking. They'd want you to be able to buy gold for the auction house, and there'd be a bunch of stuff like that that went on. So I don't know if New World would even be the same game if a company like NCSoft were to buy it. I think you need another Western developer to buy the game. This could be something like the people who are making Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation has 5 years before it's going to be done. Right? This is something that I would want to see somebody like that buy. Because I think they could make, the town system better. I think they could make the war system better. I think they could, they've got a good art team. They could put out some more OPR versions and stuff like that. And this could potentially be a good way for them to practice live DevOps. Yeah, there you go, Intrepid. Could be a good opportunity for them to practice live DevOps, as well as get a little more feedback as to what it takes to keep a community happy, and potentially continue to make some money to help fund Ashes of Creation. So if they bought it, or if Riot bought it, or if I know Riot's not really an MMO studio, but they are making their MMO. So I would rather see one of these up and coming Western MMOs get a hold of it as sort of a stopgap funding option, I guess. I don't know. But I definitely wouldn't like to see it in the hands of an Eastern pay to win style developer, because I think that's the game would have to change significantly. The grind would have to increase pretty significantly. The gearing system would have to change to accommodate, the gear powering up systems that most of those pay to win games have. And I don't think that would be good for the game. But honestly, I didn't even think about Intrepid buying it until just now. And now that I think about it, it honestly is a game that sort of suits their style. And there are definitely things that could be done to that game to give it a more Ashes of Creation feel. Obviously, I don't think that Intrepid would buy. I don't even know if they have the money to buy it because they're still developing a full-on MMO. But if they could enter into some sort of agreement with Amazon, yeah, I would hope so. I would be very, very wary though that, like you said, it could just be a cash grab. There has been such an outcry of people wanting the game to come back that, again, there's this really bad potential of somebody buying it and throwing it out there just to try and get a little quick cash grab and then not really putting the effort in that the game deserves. The the thing that I would want to see would be more related to, I wouldn't want somebody to buy the IP and buy the game and then turn around and start publishing it themselves. Instead, I'd like to see some sort of a long-term deal made with Amazon where the game is going to need to be supported and developed for over the course of, say, 3 years. And during that time, Amazon will get, X amount of money a month or X percentage of profits above and beyond operating costs or whatever, so that we know that the game is going to be um, taken care of in a long term. But something where it's just a straight up buy and own runs a really huge risk of just being a massive cash grab to try and, suck some players back in, get them to dump a little more money into it. And if you think you can get more than the cost of the game out of it, then I could see that being a thing. And as desperate as MMO gamers are, we would buy it. Even if we saw it coming, even if it was just a blinking red light that said this is a scam, we would still go spend our money on it because we're just desperate. I want to open a box. That wasn't really useful. Womp womp. I like opening boxes, man. Makes me happy. Oh, can I put this in my lithograph book? Ooh, I could finish this. Hell yeah. Give me some of that. 40 extraction stones and 50 unlock stones? Oh my god. The most wonderful day of my life. How many extraction stones do I have? 99. Oh, you know what I just remembered? The material transmutation can hold. Yeah, I've almost got level 5 already. Because it holds on to melee and endurance. Oh, I already have my chest piece maxed out, though. All right. Oh, it costs 1 million? So I can't even do the weapon one because that costs 2 million. I need Solent. Give me Solent. I'm so poor. Yeah, honestly, that was worth way more than a good item. Getting that extraction stone stuff. Those things are so limited. You only get so many. I need to do a token burn. I need to do a token burn. Yeah. You know what's really sad is how much Amazon's stock increased after the announcement. That was atrocious. You lay off 30,000 people and then your stock like quintuples in price. Gross. Fucking gross. But I mean, of course, the announcement made players quit. There were a lot of problems that needed addressing that we were looking forward to being addressed. Right, the catacombs was pretty repetitive and needed some additional tile sets. Gearing was really broken. Crafting was broken. They made it so you can't even craft the maximum tier of equipment for like armors and stuff with any sort of determinism like you have been at every tier of play up to that point. And so there are all of these problems that need development. They need somebody to be looking into it. And it was fairly obvious from their post that that's not what they were going to be doing. Right? The minimum amount of development was going to be about, merging worlds and you know, looking at things that are crashing or, just things that are breaking the game so that it's not playable at all. But certainly it didn't seem like they were going to be putting in any development into balancing or, updating the mechanical systems that they had put in place. They dropped this huge new gearing system and then stopped content development on the game. So if you're not going to be fixing that gearing system, obviously you didn't get it right the first time, right? You don't make that big of a change to your game and not have problems that need fixing. So if you're going to drop a change like that, break everything, and then say, "Oh, by the way, we're also not developing anymore." That's fucking ass. I'm not going to play in that environment, right? There are things that were very frustrating about the game that I was just okay with because I knew, okay, these things are going to be getting worked on. They're going to change. And now that's not the case. And I mean, kudos to those people who can stick it out and keep going. But that's not me. I'm over it. Out like a light. So turn it off. Like a light switch, it goes click. It's a nifty little Mormon trick. Turn it off. Nobody is trying to put together crimson parties right now. No fun. No fun at all. Well, we're going to have to do it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going back to the battlegrounds. This is the only thing I can do right now that doesn't give me dungeon tokens. So now I'm going to go in here and be aggravated by the spawn camping. It honestly shocks me that in the last 2 weeks, time to hit the sack. Good chatting with you. Hope you have a good rest of the stream. I will. And thanks for stopping by, DJ. Always love getting a chance to talk to folks. If you do end up changing your mind about playing Throne and Liberty, we're over on the Adrenaline server. You're welcome to come hang out with us. I know that this right here specifically bothers a lot of people. The way these weapons like cross inside of each other and they're like floating off of this person's back and not really seeming attached very well or anything like that. I know that bothers a lot of people, but I personally am totally fine with it. I really like being able to see people's weapons, and I like being able to sort of know what I'm up against just based off the gear you're using. And having really huge weapons like this and having them be very, very pronounced as part of the way you look, I think is really important. This probably comes from my enjoyment of like older Final Fantasy games and stuff like that. Growing up, where your weapons and stuff were just big and they were a big part of like the personality and stuff of the characters in those games. This is also true of like anime and stuff like that, which again, I also am a big fan of and was a big fan of for most of my childhood. And so I understand that there's some aesthetic problems here and that there's maybe some immersion breaking stuff about the way the items just float and stuff like that, seemingly. But, and I don't think Throne and Liberty is nearly as bad as a lot of other games in that regard. But honestly, I would even be fine, like, if there was inches worth of gap in the back of that right there, and the weapons were literally, like, floating behind. That wouldn't bother me very much at all, because I really like, you know, having these huge, massive representations of your class based on those weapons existing there. It's one of the things that draws me to people's character outfits is their weapons. When they've got the whole thing kind of working together. Those are mostly the outfits that interest me. Like this person here. Has this whole black, orange, and red vibe going on. And I mean, their outfit is cool, but also the weapons that they have equipped really add to it. I like it. This person is super weird, but then they've got, it looks like maybe some Christmas lights or something on their weapons. I wish I could have seen that person from the back a little bit there. Some Paragon players. Yo, what up, Gravy? How was your little group stream earlier? Well, I guess not little group stream. Y'all are actually getting pretty big over there. How did that go? How did you enjoy it? Heard New World's, yep, New World is shutting down, which is why we're back to the old Throne and Liberty here. Amazon decided that they wanted to pull the rug out from under all the people who just bought the game and be a bunch of dipshits. So we're back over here on the Throne and Liberty. Because of recent layoffs, most of the studio, well, so, right, but that's not like some incidental thing. They laid everybody off because they wanted to shut the game down. They didn't lay everybody off and then, oh, whoops, we don't have enough people to run this game anymore. I guess we better shut the game down. You know, the intention of the layoffs was to shut the game down. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, the reason we went back to the game 2 weeks ago is they dropped a massive update for the game. And tons of people had come back. Their player numbers had more than doubled in the past 2 weeks. But the decision to close the game had to have happened before the new patch launched. Because the new patch just launched 2 weeks ago. So there's no way in that 2 weeks they saw all of these climbing analytics and were like, oh, okay, I guess we better shut the game down because it's doing so well. It had to have been something that they knew was going to be getting done already. And so they put out all this marketing material and brought in all of these new players to bring into the game when they already likely knew that they were going to be closing it without letting them know that that was even on the table. Come on, you can get it. Come on. Yeah, what's up? Get dumpstered. Get dumpstered. Who's the best tank? I'm the best tank. But yeah, so I personally, I think that what they did constitutes fraud, and I think they should absolutely be investigated for it. Well, the game isn't sunsetting for at least 6 months, so technically the game is still available to play. I won't be playing it because, like I said, I think what they did constitutes fraud. But technically, you can still play it. And they're still selling it, and they're still selling their shop currency, and they're not refunding anybody anything that they purchased. Oh, did you get an ad? Lol. They should only be 30 seconds. I think it's 30 seconds every 10 minutes. Or maybe it's a minute and a half every 30 minutes. I'm not sure. What is this? Not in any sort of protection zone. Oh, so they did add a protection zone. You are within your team's protection zone, cannot take damage from attacks, or have CC effects applied. Oh, well, isn't that nice? If you were able to do that, why can't you fix the spawn camping? Wow. I hate you, NCSoft. You officially suck as a developer. What a joke. What a half measure to try and stop the spawn camping. And then not even to extend that zone out. Right? This is the end of the zone right here. As soon as I step beyond this, boop, I can be damaged. So you haven't taken away the choke point. You haven't done anything of value to stop the spawn camping. What garbage. Ineffective trash. Just give us 2 exits and raise the fucking platform. It takes nothing to accomplish that. You absolute clown shoes. You have to raise the platform, though, because you have to give us the ability to get further, right? Because they can still take over too much of this local area here. You need to be able to fly out further. So if they're pushed all the way up, you can just go all the way over the top of them and they can't do anything about it. So you got to raise it all the way up. Oh my God. So stupid. Oop, I fell. But hey, we made it out here. Doesn't matter. All of my team is sitting in spawn. Nothing that I do matters. Your only real infinitely replayable PvP content I mean, I guess I could play 6v6 or 5v5 or whatever it is, 6v6. But everything else in your game is freaking gated, so I can only play so much. Third on my team with 1,000 points. So good. What a fucking joke. There's my notification to buy the battle pass. Can't go 10 minutes without that. I was just going to keep playing until the next world boss came up in an hour. But I don't think I'm going to do that. I know it's only been a 6-hour stream today on the back of 4 days where I wasn't streaming. But we're probably going to call it. I will be back. We will be playing Throne and Liberty again tomorrow. Possibly, if I continue to have difficulty trying to burn my tokens, I might just say F it and just do the dungeons and stuff without burning the tokens. The token burn is really getting in my way. A, because it's content I don't enjoy, and B, because you get tokens from all the other activities. And so doing them before you burn your tokens feels bad. But I might just say, who cares? And do the content I enjoy instead. So we'll see. But yeah, I hope everybody has a great day. Had a great stream today. Got a couple of raids. Really appreciate that. Occam and Guardian. But yeah, I hope everybody has a great night. And I will see you all on the next one tomorrow.